beautiful body, everlasting vision of the king in the sky when I'm flying. Absolute conscious dividing the saints and the scholars. The fate of the faint-hearted despising the wake of the ship that we riding. All overboard and we sinking. I cling to the raft named Jesus. It's right as we walk through this land, all we can feel is sand, so weak and feeble. Lord, will you take our hand? On you we stand. When the water pours out, we go. All of your people. We need a hero. We need a hero. We need a hero. Are you the rock we stand? American Hebrew.
For the victory lap though. Whoa, whoa. They ain't never seen nothing like this before. Lit the room when I came through the front door. Ask me if I should overcome, what for? Train in the trees, please pardon my sycamore. Touch burning sands, cross lands and stormy shore seasons in the year, yeah. Ain't no channel for champions and chain no fear. Yup, the champ is here, switch gears. We keeping haters in the rear. After blood, sweat, and tears, and my goal so near. I see my victory so clear. I see my victory so clear. And today, we break through. 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 I know it's lonely at the top, but that's not by speculation. But the position that I got, I climb too high to fall, way too hard to drop. Stop clocks on the speed bag. Every out under pressure, no jet lag. This is greater than trophies and saluted flags. Titles of fame, the cost is paid. Yay, I carried the cross I made. Dealt with the dealer, baby, the hand was played. New level, next stage. Learn to lead as a legend. Now tell me what's my next stage, yay. I said the champ is here, switch gears. We keeping haters in the rear. After blood, sweat, and tears, and my goal so near. I see my victory so clear. And today, we break through. 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 And today, we break through.
I think I'm playing chess, I see a king, I'm at his neck. I'm 3 steps ahead at every move, now that's a check. Yes, they wanna know my secret, it's because I never slept. All my nightmares of me at 40, life's a wreck. See my dad, he in debt, and my mom, she upset. That's way back when 408 on Seminole was the address. I saw things I shouldn't have, though I love the fam to death. Way back then it was a mess, we was living check to check. Now my shirts are getting pressed, your girl see me, she impressed. And my fans are quite obsessed, I owe 'em everything, I'm blessed. Made a living making art and aiming closely at they neck. If you think I'm not a threat, I'm like, incorrect. Yeah, she call, I put her on blacklist. I call that options. They can support it, get dropped quick. They be my stock pick. I get some back in the cockpit. Turn the whole crowd to a mosh pit. I make it hit like a drop kick, cause I got the key like a locksmith. Think I'm playing chess, I see a king, I'm at his neck. I'm 3 steps ahead at every move, now that's a check. Yes, they wanna know my secret, it's because I I never slept. All my nightmares of me at 40, life's a wreck. If I'm making enough to hop in the ghost, then I'll be a ghost. What I do is a hobby for most, a comedy roast. So I'm on my own, I gotta be known, I gotta be toast. I'm an anomaly, no. You would never put the motherfucking work into the dreaming. It's obvious, not body, everything and everybody. It shows my revenue growth is out of control. I'm ready to blow, I'm ready for war, I'm ready for smoke. You ready to go? I really think I'm playing chess. I see a king, I'm at his neck. I'm 3 steps ahead of every move, now that's a check. Yes, they wanna know my secret, it's because I never slept. All my nightmares of me at 40, life's a wreck.
Okay, I've been working like 3 jobs. Probably why I never see ya. Probably why I never have time for the fake friends that won't be ya. Oh God, I've been running now. Up early when the sun is out. Not setting out my own soul, but those real ones, they coming out. Oh look who's reaching out. Old friends wanna feature now. They don't work, so they need it free. Ooh, you reaching out from the west side of that old town, but there's no shows till I go down to the open mic. Show love to the real ones they know now. Some of y'all don't know now. In a couple months you gon' find out. Been blowing up from the underground, and they stepping on a landmine now. And he knows it's my time now. Coming up, I'm on a climb now. Everybody claim they been ballin', but it's looking like they took a time out. Okay, I'm working on a Wednesday, then up again the next day. So-and-so is popping, man, I skip him like he leg day. Kick it like I'm Pele, I never care what they say. Put myself on Spotify, so every day my payday. That's right, I'm coming back like OJ, like a running back in his old days. Still rocking those OJs. My paychecks get a little bigger, but that don't change me or make me richer. Money come and the money go, but my guy's here and he's staying with you. Blowing up off the internet. All these haters need to introspect, cause they been hating while the rest love him. And I started going down their intellect, cause I've been a threat since day one. No money or bank funds, since y'all been saying you can do it better, but none of y'all ever made one. That realness don't feel this, but I've been sick, that illness. I've been fresh like Will Smith since 94, man, I built this. Stressed out, X'd out, missed calls from my ex now, but I'm staying focused in the lab, baby. I don't need your calls or your text now. God say the boy blessed now. Who am I to say Rondo? And the way that I sell ticks, they been calling me Rondo. 23 in my prime though, finna ball like Lonzo. Go and tell everybody talking stage better be in that convo.
Jesus, my God, my King, forever. My God, my Lord, I'm yours forever. Jesus, my God, my King, forever. My God, my Lord, I'm yours forever. You're more close to me than air. Every God, I wanna see your face. Nothing stolen, cause you're holding me. I'm wrapped in your embrace. 4 things are gone and they gone, though. I died to the past and the wrong, though. You the love that I'm standing upon, though. You my security, yeah. You so good, save me when I never could. On my own, I was never good, yeah, I never had a clue, though. Now you're not making me new. Just teach me, I'll go back to school. As long as I run into you, going up is the way that we move. Jesus, my God, my King, forever. My God, my Lord, I'm yours forever. Jesus, my God, my King, forever. My God, my Lord, I'm yours forever. I get a cross on my neck, look, crescent these demons like Westbrook. Why would I run for a check, huh? I'm just gonna kick out the best next. This ain't happening, no checkbook. I'm just gonna stick to the textbook. Save my life and now I see something new. Don't let me run from you. You gave me everything. I know your love is true. Yeah, you're my resting place. I cannot leave your warm embrace. Heal my broken faith. You show me that there's a way. Jesus, my God, my King, forever. My God, my Lord,
I'm yours forever. Jesus, my God, my King forever. My God, my Lord, I'm yours forever. Jesus, my God, my King forever. My God, my Lord, I'm yours forever. Jesus, my God, my King forever. My God, my Lord, I'm yours forever.
Welcome to eFIBA season number 3, where over 60 countries are competing across 7 different regions for the final 8 spots to play in the World Finals, which will be held in the Philippines in December. My name is India. My man B is going to be hanging out with me all night long, calling the action for the South America region. B, what are your thoughts so far, man? Because today we find out who advances.
Well, I guess judging from yesterday, I could say that pretty much everyone's kind of predictions have come to fruition in the sense that Brazil and Argentina so far holding the lead, but we still have that round number 3 ahead of us. And actually quite a few things can change still. So I am very excited to see how things are going to pan out in South America. And of course, today we're also going to have the grand final. So we'll find out who gets the reserve their seat in the Philippines, but more about that later on. Now, one thing to mention for anyone who is tuning in for the very first time, as you mentioned, we have a third of the planet participating in the event in this season, and we have, in the interests of fairness, have divided the planet down into separate regions, just since the players are playing from the comforts of their home, and there's things like internet latency, ping, lag, call it what you will, but usually that's a factor. So we have 6 countries participating from North America, 4 countries from South America, 17 countries from Africa, 22 from Europe, 3 from Middle East, 8 from Asia, and 2 from Oceania.
And then, of course, the way that we break things down, like you said, is the region side of things. So let's go ahead and check out the Middle East and see who qualified from that region. It is Saudi Arabia. Back-to-back years for them, being invited to the World Finals last year in Sweden, this year in the Philippines. And speaking of the Philippines, you got to go to Asia, where the hometown, the host of the World Finals, do go ahead and earn their spot to be one of the 8 teams competing in the World Finals as well. They had a tough fight from Indonesia, but it was the Philippines that go ahead and come out victorious out of the Asia region. Then we go ahead to Oceania, where you had New Zealand take on Guam, and it was New Zealand again, just like Saudi Arabia, going back-to-back, being invited to the World Finals, as they will be competing as one of the 8 countries there. Then we go ahead and come on down to my neck of the woods in North America, where you've got the juggernaut, the targets on their back, in the defending champions, United States of America. But they've got to make it out of the regional round themselves, and up against Cayman Islands, Dominican Republic, and Mexico, who are looking to pull off the upset. And B, we're here for South America. Break it down.
Yeah, exactly. From South America, we have Argentina, Brazil, Uruguay, and Venezuela. Brazil considered the favorites of the region. And, well, if we can judge by yesterday, they definitely have shown us that they can score high-scoring games and really don't run into many troubles on the court. That being said, though, Uruguay and Argentina are looking to see if they can change anything about it. For Venezuela, though, so far, I would say overall good performance, but definitely slightly lacking in the scoring department. So we'll see how things pan out as we advance into round 3 number today. That being said, though, let's kick it over to Europe, the biggest region that we have. And the countries that are grayed out are the ones that didn't make it through the pre-qualifying round. So the ones that are still remaining in contention is as follows: Belgium, Croatia, Finland, France, Germany, Great Britain, Switzerland, Spain, and Hungary, Israel, Italy, Turkey, Poland, Sweden, Portugal, and Serbia. And India, I mean, I've asked this a few times, but still, has your mind changed? What are your favorites here?
I think the favorites have to be based on what I've seen on paper last year, and also how I've seen them compete in the amateur leagues as well. So to me, you still have France and Turkey as the favorites from Europe, and the Dark Knights, if you will, could be Great Britain if they want to go ahead and pull off an upset themselves. That's definitely a team to keep an eye on. And of course, Spain would be the 4th team for me as well. Now we go ahead and talk about Africa, the region that we went ahead and called, as you had a great matchup there. You had Morocco that was coming in as the favorites, but just like any dog, this one wasn't just all bark. They had bite, and it's Algeria that goes ahead and pulls off the upset in the Africa region as they go ahead and advance. I mean, that was just incredible gameplay by them. Fast paced, something that we will talk about quite often today when we break down the grand finals as well. But those are the regions that are going to be competing to send a total of 8 teams to the Philippines. Now, who's calling all the games? It's myself and V. And of course, you've got our amazing 2 other hosts that'll be breaking down the action here on out as well. It's my man Vince Chang and Chris Simpson as well. So a lot of talent, not just on the sticks, but also on the broadcast side of things. Now, we've talked about what the prize pool exactly is. So let's kind of give a little bit more insight. 7 regions, 8 countries being invited out to the Philippines in December. We already have identified 4 of the countries that'll go there. You've got the Philippines, you've got Algeria, you've got New Zealand, and Saudi Arabia. Tonight, before the broadcast ends, we will find out who is going to advance from South America. Is it going to be Brazil, Argentina, Uruguay, Venezuela? Still up in the air, to be determined tonight. And then, of course, North America and 2 European countries will go ahead and make it out as well. Now, when they do get to the Philippines, by the way, they will be competing for a slice of the pie of a $50,000 prize pool. So a lot of money on the line just to play video games. The best of the best are going to get the biggest slice of the pie. And look, we are on putting the show for y'all watching at home. So if you would like, we'd love to hear from you. Make sure you go ahead and tag us with, pictures of countries that you're representing, whether it's through apparel, whether it's through flags. Let us know who you think is going to win, not just today, but also the overall tournament in the World Finals. Just make sure you use hashtag eFIBAS3 so we can go ahead and capture your engagement as well. Now, I do want to quickly go ahead and break down what happened yesterday for the folks that may have missed it, because we had round number 1 and round number 2 that was taken care of. And as you can see, it was sweeps all around. You had Argentina beat Venezuela. You had Brazil beat Uruguay. You had Brazil beat Argentina. And you had Uruguay beat Venezuela, And then today is going to be round number 3, where we'll have 2 best-of-2 series. Now, best of 2 is something that folks may not be familiar with. Give us how that works.
Yeah, so best of 2 is actually quite simple. It's a matter of how many baskets you can get in both games, and then the combination of both of those is going to determine who is going to secure the most amount, secure the points to their name. So, for example, if you lose the game by 5 points, the first one, and you win the second one by 6 or more, then you are going to be considered the winner, as in the grand totals you end up having a plus to your name. But the grand finals, though, those are going to be played out in your good old-fashioned best of 3. So that means the point differentials don't really matter at that stage. It's only about securing the win on the game, and whoever wins 2 games out of 3 takes the victory in the grand final. So very curious to see how those will pan out. We kind of got a brief preview, most likely, of a matchup between Brazil and Argentina. But again, that game between Argentina and Uruguay, since they're both sitting at 3 points, can change a lot. So we're already starting things off today with a heater.
And then, of course, this is how things will play out. You see the group standings. You see everything there. It'll be interesting to see, does Uruguay, does Venezuela somehow, some way sneak into the number 2 spot and take Argentina down? Of course, there are different tiebreakers that could come into play as well, but we will keep in mind the matchups that will impact that, and we'll get you all the insights there as they go on. And, of course, the grand finals will be a best of 3. First country to win 2 games is who goes ahead and gets invited to the Philippines. All right, we went ahead and talked about what's happening yesterday. We talked about what's happening today. Let's focus on what's happening next, and it's Argentina taking on Uruguay. What are you expecting out of this one? We've seen both of these teams play twice yesterday, and now we get a chance to see them here.
Yeah, on the side of Uruguay, Rodriguez and FMDC both were very impactful. Rodriguez specifically with his 3-point plays, FMDC showing a good amount of variety, both from plays close up under the rim, as well as actually a few 3-pointer attempts, and I believe, if I recall correctly, successful at that. Expect also for Gordon and Cody to go for cut-in plays, but they also are very precise with the 3-pointers from the corners. That being said, though, on the side of Argentina, of course, you cannot go without mentioning Truly. Truly always looking to set up a play for his team, but also dribbling was very good in the three-point department. Fryson, I would say at the end of the day, probably has a slightly mixed result, so I hope he has had his fair share amount of rest needed to come in hot into this game. So, quote unquote, on paper, Argentina are to be considered the favorites in this. But as I said, I think Uruguay definitely had a lot of talk after yesterday's game just to make sure they flush out those small errors and come in hot, making it a close affair. So, this being a best of two, obviously scoring the most amount of points possible in the first game is going to matter a lot. So I'm expecting a high pace coming out from both of these teams, just making sure they're getting those baskets and then just clamping down on the lead that they had. And you've said it several times now, India, you know, when we get like to the 10+ point lead that you have and beyond that, usually that's where teams start having trouble coming back into this. But I would love a good comeback story today, to be honest.
From the regions that you and I have called in terms of Africa and South America, there's only been once to my memory where we've had kind of like a split in a best of three, best of two type situation. And that was in the grand finals between Morocco and Algeria. All the other series, from what I remember, were just straight sweeps, except the grand finals for Africa. We'll see if that, continues to be the trend here in round number 3, not just between Argentina and Uruguay, but also between Brazil and Venezuela, and of course, a grand finals, depending on who makes it through. I did get a chance to talk to head coach Nick from Brazil, who's representing them, did a great job last year, and is coaching them again this year as well. And he has some new plays up his sleeve, so we'll see what they kind of go ahead and bring out. Again, not every team, including Argentina and Uruguay, is going to go ahead and show their hands, show their play, their tendencies, and their playbooks all in the rounds that we've seen yesterday. And here we go. It's Argentina taking on Uruguay for round 3 in the Africa region for eFIBA Season 3 qualifiers to see who makes it out of the Africa region to the World Finals to be played in the Philippines in December. We'll get the tip here in just a few seconds. We'll see if Argentina is able to get off to a hot start or if Uruguay maintains their pace as we get things started. It's going to be Rodriguez, which is Uruguay in the blues, and they already go ahead and have a loose ball, but they regain possession. Center goes down low, but nothing there for the slip, and that shot doesn't go. It's Argentina with the rebound, slings it to the right side, dribbling with the first 3 of the ball game on the first shot.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was talking about when I mentioned dribbling. These in-transition three-pointers from the right-hand side of the arc is really kind of his specialty. Let's see if Rodriguez can put up a three-pointer of his own. Kind of slightly messy in the passing department as the ball is going to be stolen away. Dribbling again near the hash, kicks it over to Truly, who takes the dunk and takes us already to a 5-point lead.
See if Uruguay is able to go ahead and get the first buckets for them here in the first quarter, or if Argentina is going to continue getting back-to-back stops. Rodriguez trying to get a pick from his center, but he's not able to make any contact there. Looks to be like a weird pick and pop, and this is how they might be able to get their first points as they head to the line. Foul on Argentina, a shooting foul, as Rodriguez. Looked like he was going to clank that one off the left side, but he gets it to go. And that's how Argentina gives up the first 2 points to Uruguay.
Hey, at least Uruguay has been able to answer quickly. We saw a couple of games yesterday where towards the first quarter, end of it, you would see score lines below 10 points. So I love to see that nobody's really shy in taking shots here. Let's see if Rodriguez set something up. Kicks it over to Corden. Rodriguez comes in. Hand it over to him. 10 seconds on the shot clock. Ball lost. Truly steals it away. Dribbling, though, finds a lot of defense around him. Kicks it out to Lil Movin, and it's Truly with the three-pointer from the corner. Not good, but Jord is there with the offensive rebound. Dribbling over to Truly again. Could have gone for the drive there. 5 seconds to shoot. Lil Movin holding on to it. Can't find the opening just yet. 2 seconds on the clock. Jordy has to go for this against the board and will not find it.
Quick timeout there. 7-2 Argentina continues to make a defensive case to make things tough for Uruguay. Here in the early minutes of the first quarter, Uruguay with the nice jerseys. I like that. Nice little unity uniform from all the players. You saw their pictures as well. As Rodriguez gets a man open in Cardone. He doesn't want to go ahead and take the 2 from the right elbow. Once again looking for a pick, but he doesn't get anything, no space, because there is no pick that was set well enough for him. Thought he had the slip, but then Cardone comes back for a little bit of a weird pop situation. Doesn't matter, though. He gets the midi to go.
Hey, you know, as long as you score at the end of it all, I guess it doesn't really matter, but it looks slightly strange at one point. And that's also where that communication factor might come through, as Jordan will find another 2 for Argentina. Dribbling, though, looking to see if he can perhaps get the ball out of hands of Rodriguez. Rodriguez on the 3-point line. From the free throw line, was open to take the shot. Is open again. As Rodriguez refuses to pass the ball, pulls up from the elbow, can't make it through.
Moving. Bringing it up the court from the right side. Looking at 3 Hunt. Think he has a little bit of space, but maybe just a little too deep from what he's comfortable with. Gets a wrap. Calls a cut from the right side. A nice one. The defense fell asleep in that corner, and they get the easy 2 to get them in double digits in the first.
Instant timeout called as well. And good job from Argentina, you know, still holding on to this like 5 to 7 point lead, not allowing Uruguay to come back into this. Pace-wise, I was actually kind of expecting for Uruguay to play slightly faster, but it looks like they're more keen to play each possession out as much as possible. Rodriguez, that was a mistake in the passing department. Still, Uruguay with the ball. 16 seconds on the shot clock. Play kind of reset here. It's Cordon on the inbound. Finds Rodriguez over to FMDC. FMDC holds on to it for now. 8 seconds on the clock. Rodriguez seems to be wanting to go for those 3-pointers. It's going to be 𝐂𝐄𝐄 to pull up the 3. And that doesn't find its destination as well.
See if Truly's able to go ahead and take advantage of this one. As moving. Goes ahead and has a loose ball. It's going to be dribbling that almost had it, but Uruguay comes up with it. Streaking now. Going upside, inside. Gets it right back up top to Rodriguez. Rodriguez with it now. Let's see if they call a cut or if they're going to try to take it on their own. Defense. They tried to guard the pop, and they just had a miscommunication, and no one guarded the paint as well as they could have, as Uruguay gets their 3rd bucket with a minute left to go in this Game 1 in the first quarter.
Lil Movin tried to go for that far 2-pointer. It doesn't plan out the way how he intended to. FMDC as well is going to be stopped near the rim. Has to kick it back out over to Cordon. Cordon back to FMDC. Solid rotation. No opening just yet. And as I say that, that's a huge 3-pointer for Uruguay, making it a 2-point game.
Way for them to go ahead and come back and cut into this deficit, stringing along a couple of buckets and a big 3 from the big man at the top, but Argentina responds back to make it a 2-possession ball game. That's a nice 3 from the top of the key from the big man. It's not something you see often, but it's definitely something like to rely on is a pick and pop.
Yeah, absolutely. FMDC in the corner now. Rodriguez needs a screen. Instead, finds a pass over to Cordon. Could have gone for a fake pump. Instead, it's Rodriguez with a 3-pointer now. Takes us down to only a single point as the final seconds in the first quarter. We're counting down. Lil Movin has to go for this. Pulls a pass and over to dribbling from the free throw line. I can't believe he didn't make that count.
Once again, putting together some buckets now to start things off in the second. That's another cut that Argentina calls from the right side there. The defense got to kind of have their heads up on that one, as it's the second time they give up a bucket from the right side. See if Uruguay is able to tie things up with the 3, or once again make it a 1-point ball game. Cordon. They had a couple of offensive players cutting in there. You had it one from the right side and also the guard from the right hash that cut up the middle. You don't want to cluster down there, and they'll take it out of bounds. Rodriguez now. 10 seconds to work with. Calls a cut from the right, goes right back, loses the ball, gets the possession right back, has to chuck it up. He can't get it to go. Argentina with the rebound now, moving. Looking to make this a 2-possession ball game. Bit of a congestion on the left side. Fake cut coming in. No separation so far from moving. Gets it over to dribbling to see what he can create, and it's moving. Oh, I thought he had an open shot. Gets it across court to the right side for a better one to knock down the three.
Yeah, a huge three-pointer for Argentina to take us back up to 6 points. Now, as Truly will find a steal as well, fakes the pass for once. Dribbling, pulls up for the shot. Slightly short on that, but nonetheless, though, the danger is always present when Argentina is on the court. But, well, as soon as I say that, is the caster's blessings as Uruguay find a wide-open three-pointer for themselves.
Back and forth of a ball game this has been. As moving. Gets it over to Jord. Jord now. Back outside to moving. Calls a cut from the left side. Oh, great defense there, but it doesn't matter as he knocks down a three with a man in his face. And a timeout called by Rodriguez. That was a big three. Their center tried to step up as fast as possible, but he wasn't able to get enough of a contest to throw him off his game. And it's now once again a 6-point ball game.
And there was a lot of comms on the mic for Uruguay. So definitely some on-the-fly adjustments being made by Rodriguez and the team. 𝐂𝐄𝐄 now with the ball. Let's see what the plan is after this timeout. As Cordon holds on to it for now. 𝐂𝐄𝐄 available. Ball kicked over to Rodriguez, though. Screen set up for him on the right side. 3 seconds to shoot. Colo has to pull up. A three-pointer in transition is not going to go through. And Argentina on the offensive now. Little moving. Let's see what he can offer. Dribbling wide open for the shot. You can't leave him open like this. It's again a three-pointer for dribbling.
He was wide open for a little bit too long. I mean, that right corner didn't even try to hedge a little bit. Didn't even try to make the guard second guess on the pass. He was just chilling up there as Rodriguez attacks the paint as there was nobody there to defend him. 24-17, 2:22 left to go in the second.
Jordan almost lost the ball there. Foul called against him. 17 seconds on the clock. Little moving from the hash. Does Argentina want to find one more three-pointer here? Fakes the shot. It's Julie over to Lil moving from the high elbow. Gets it. 26-17. 9 points between the two. Uruguay are in desperate needs for scoring points.
Bit of a give and go there on the right side from Argentina. Dropped it to the right corner and then stepped up a little bit for the easy midi. Rodriguez now looking to respond back to a couple of buckets as they've been stopped down low. Cordon. Oh, he goes ahead and gets stripped. Denied from Argentina. They're looking to push the pace and a beautiful cut from the left side. And just like that, in a blink of an eye, the lead has extended to double digits with 1:20 left to go in the second.
And this is really the first time where you're going to really start to feel that pressure mounting, right? Because if you can't keep it close to 10 or below 10 points between the two, if you're Uruguay, you're really going to get that feeling that the game is starting to run away from you. And that's really where you see more errors happening, both offensively and defensively. Beautiful shot, though, from Rodriguez in transition from the free throw line. Gets the easy two. Still a minute on the clock before halftime. A little moving. Looking, of course, to extend that lead. These are the possessions that Uruguay wants, though. They hit the brakes on that one. They had an opportunity to play this one out faster.
Can't get that one to go. Less than a minute left here. Moving on the left side. That's a loose ball. Oh, pushed out of bounds as well. It's going to be Uruguay's ball. They can't maintain possession. Rodriguez with 11 points. Looking to close out the quarter here strong. Rodriguez, that was going to be tipped away. Argentina with the steal, with the dunk. 11-point lead for them.
Less than half a minute to go before halftime. 𝐂𝐄𝐄, far pass over to Colo. There's a lot of defense in front. Rodriguez kicks it over to 𝐂𝐄𝐄. 𝐂𝐄𝐄 back out to Rodriguez. Finds an open three, and it's slightly over.
Moving now. No shot clock to work with. Just 13 seconds before the end of the half. Moving from the right side. Gets a pick, but he's way too deep to take that shot. Looking to find something here. Gets it over to the left side. They're scrambling. Surprised that's not a foul, but that's the way that the half is going to end. It's 30-19. Argentina still has their lead. It did look like Uruguay was making a case for themselves. I think they almost tied it up, or they were close to tying it up.
It was a single-point game, yeah.
Yeah, but they just weren't able to take the lead in general. But they'll look to go ahead and start things off in a positive note in the third quarter.
I think it was actually truly from Argentina that was able to secure 2, if not 3 steals off the back of inbounds from Uruguay. So that's something also to keep tabs on, right? Like, it's just the fact that Uruguay are going to continuously look for these free opportunities as they fail to find the points just yet after that first possession in the third quarter. And here's the steal attempt again. This time it was dribbling. And it's going to be Argentina's ball.
I got a quick chance. You know, it's one of the frustrating things as broadcasters, we don't even see the box score when they bring it up, because they just bring it up and they just take it down within like a millisecond. But when that millisecond, though, as I tried to grab a screenshot, I failed. But I did see that Argentina was about 4 for 5 from the three-point line, and that's kind of been the big difference between these two countries.
Oh, yeah.
Let's see if they're able to leave the box score up a little bit more so we can get to some other insights. But that's one thing that did stand out to me, is that one gets tipped away. Argentina being a menace on the defensive side once again. They continue to tip passes, and they finally get it on the third try. Argentina truly gets fouls. Inbound play coming from Argentina from the right side. A little moving over to George. George over to Guil. Moving now. Trying to get a little bit of separation. Keep it on that right corner. That defender went ahead and pinched and tried to roll a little too fast. Dribbling back outside. Uruguay is on top of it as they go ahead and get the contest, get the rebound. What can they do on the offensive end? Gets it over to the left side. That shot heavily contested. Doesn't go. Offensive rebound secured, and a foul there before they were able to kick it out to the corner for the easy 3. Looking to make it a less than 10-point ball game. Rodriguez going to the right, going to the left. FMDC back over to Rodriguez. Has the easy slip down low to the big fella to make it a 9-point game.
Yeah, I was just about to say, you know, it's like a minute and a half in the third quarter, and only now we get the first bucket. So that just goes to show how backwards and a forwards affair it is between the two. Though, as I say, that little move and finds himself wide open, pulls up for a nice, easy 2-pointer, still keeping it at an 11-point game between these two. And, you know, it feels like as soon as Uruguay finally, what feels like find an answer to a problem they're facing, Argentina just instantly is able to answer back with a quick bucket, and suddenly Uruguay has to start over. Cody, huge 3-pointer from him.
(32-24), moving. Looked like he wanted to wrap. What a great off-ball pick set by Argentina, and the key 3 comes in at the top. Making it once again a double-digit lead. A beautiful off-ball screen. That's what you love to see. Mix things up a little bit as FMDC has a defense swinging from the right side. That shot doesn't go. Argentina with the rebound. They sling it all the way to the left. Lucky that one's not thrown out of bounds. Got the animation they want on the steal. What can they do with it here? Top of the key. Right side. Dribbling. Wide open. Can't get it to go. Uruguay with the rebound now.
Yeah, dribbling usually nails these. Rodriguez holding on to it for now. A lot of traffic there in front, and pulls up for the shot as well. Nice attempt. FMDC is there with the offensive rebound. Personal foul called. Things are going to be slowed down. I really want to see FMDC have a bit more action closer to the net, because so far Uruguay are very inclined to go for these 3-pointers. And Cody goes for another one. This one falls out as well. Far pass over to Truly, instantly goes for the 3, and he gets it.
Barely had enough time as the defense was closing in on the contest, but he goes ahead and gets it. That's going to be a quick violation. Out of bounds. Stays with Uruguay, though. 6 for 10 from the 3-point line in Argentina. 4 for 10 is Uruguay. Back over to the left side. Rodriguez looking for a little bit of space. Doesn't get it. Shot doesn't go. Rebound secured by Argentina. Defense gets back for Uruguay. Great job on the hustle by them. Top of the key. Dribbling. Missed the last one. Gets this one. 41-24. Minute left in the third.
Yeah, and you know, having the opportunity to just like correct yourself and make sure that you still can continue nailing those three-pointers, I think that's like a huge confidence booster as well for dribbling, just to not get inside of your mind too much about it. Now, Uruguay in the bonus with still a minute on the clock remaining. It's going to be Argentina's possession. Let's see if dribbling is going to have one more opportunity at a three-pointer. Beautiful stuff from Lil Movin with the dribble. Oh, well, as I say that, he almost loses it. Will lose it eventually as well. It's going to be 𝐂𝐄𝐄. Has to secure this and doesn't get it off the board.
Tough break there for Uruguay. Dribbling open on the right side. Did go ahead and take that shot. See what the defense did there on the right corner? You had the right corner defender at least pinch a little bit, at least fake it and hedge and give a little bit of a hesitation so that dribbling would have to make a decision. Does he take the shot or does he do a touch pass to the corner? Either way, he wasn't able to go, but a great job by the defense there to make him think, to make him make a decision as moving. Has a man in the air. Gets it back. That's going to be a fadeaway shot near the rim. That one doesn't go. Defensive rebound secured. You had 3 Uruguay players down there to the left side. Long 2 from the left side is good.
Well, Uruguay still going to need a lot more of those. There's only 2 seconds remaining. Truly pulls up for the three-pointer before the quarter ends and makes it count as well. 44-28. It's a 16-point game now, and that is truly a problem for Uruguay right now. You know, they managed to hold it within like the 10, 11, 12 points. Now it's become 16. And really, you can't afford to just go for three-pointers at this stage. You have to use every single player on the court, as Rodriguez will find the three. I couldn't believe my eyes there for a second. He went for the shot.
He got it to go down, 44-31. Will Uruguay get a couple of stops here to cut into the deficit? Or will Movin go ahead and continue to pile it on? Has the crab, has the 2. The shot doesn't go, but a rebound secured by Argentina. Now from the left side. That shot's good. Couple of big possessions coming up here for Uruguay on the offensive end. They're shooting 10 for 24 coming into this fourth quarter. That one doesn't go either.
Quick foul called. Slowing things down. Uruguay knows how successful Argentina has been on these fast offensives. Lil Movin almost loses the ball, but George is there to pick up the slack. And as I say that, Cody with a quick steal. The ball was intended to find dribbling. Instead finds Cody's hands. He's going to be stopped near the three-point line. Finds an opening for a brief moment. Doesn't use it just yet. Holds on to it for now. FMDC comes in to help out. There's Corden as well. Majority of players on the left-hand side. And a huge three-pointer falls through for Uruguay.
Great shot there to find the open space to knock that one down. As Movin. Oh, he goes ahead and loses the ball. Uruguay with it now. What do they do with the steal? They shoot a 3 from the left side, but they can't capitalize as they miss it. The 3 doesn't go. And that was a big defensive stop, but they can't convert it to points on the offensive end. That would have been huge to cut it into single digits here in the fourth quarter. Jord. Inbound play to Lil Movin. Once again, he loses the ball. Uruguay should go ahead and capitalize on this one, and they do, making it a 10-point ball game now.
This is the pace we want to see from Uruguay. More of quick plays like this as the time starts to run down, but there's still enough time to come back into it, or if anything, minimize the damage caused. Again, this is a best of 2, so the total score after 2 games is what is going to determine the winner here. Argentina missing the shot. Rodriguez with the ball. Over to Corden. Fake pumps it. Rodriguez with a huge three-pointer. Oh, God, I wish that would have gone through.
See if truly beautiful job there. Oh, he just can't get it to go, though. He got a move to the left side. Just a little fadeaway shot. Nothing fancy. As the defense couldn't stand from him. He's got to be careful not to go backcourt. Gets it over to FMDC on the right side. FMDC, we've seen him have bigger impacts on the offensive board than he has had today. As that shot doesn't go. 2 minutes left to go in this game 1 of round 3. Dribbling. That one misses as well. Dribbling coming into the fourth quarter. We're shooting 50% from the court as that three goes. Excuse me. That shot goes. To make it 7 points.
Both teams are really just going for shots at this stage. Argentina trying to extend that lead back up again. Timeout called to avoid the backcourt violation. Well, for Uruguay, definitely justified. I actually love this kind of approach. You know, just make sure that you continuously bombard the net of Argentina. Keeps things nice and quick. Little moving over to Jord. Jord fakes the pass, holds on to it, gives it over to Lil Movin again. Jord comes in for the screen. 8 seconds to take the shot. Jord open to the net. Will get the dunk and get an and one on top.
Truly's having himself a great game, by the way. 21 points for him.
Absolutely.
9 for 12. Helping his team out in a great, great way. Cody. He's got himself 8 points in this one. Looked like he had a little bit of space. He had the 2, but he dots it to the left, and it doesn't go. Don't know if he was 3 hunting there or if he just had a premeditated pass. Nonetheless, that possession doesn't result into points for Uruguay. Moving with it now. Playing around at the top of the key. Gets an opening. Gets the 3.
And that's really the patience paying off there for Movin. You know, like, felt like he wanted to kick it over to dribbling. Instead, holds on to it himself and says, no, I got this. Uruguay, a minute to go. They need to take the shot here. Instead, foul called. Truly tries to go for another steal. That's also something I think we need to check out. It's just how many steals has Truly been able to pull up so far. It feels like a ton. Corden, that's a 2. Okay, I felt like a 3-pointer. Nonetheless, though, still 11 points between these two and Argentina on the offensive. Moving, holding on to it. Jord tries to help out. Instead, this time it was Colo. Argentina in the bonus. And on the line, we'll get the first. And guess the second as well. Easy points for Argentina.
Gets that one to go. Steal there. It's going down the middle. They didn't want to pass it to him. They obviously don't need to. Let's see if they go for a 2 for 1. Loose ball. Moving gets it right back. Camera flipped. Jord with the shot. Doesn't go.
Yeah, you don't see Jord often taking 3-pointers, but I love the attempt. Nonetheless, always love to see the big guys going for these. Cody finds the 3, but it might be too late. 10 points between these two. Within the realm of possibility for Uruguay. As we need to start thinking about game number 2 between these teams. 7 seconds to shoot. Lil Movin pulls up for a huge 3-pointer, extends the lead back to 13. 6.2 seconds remaining for Uruguay to answer. Ideally, they would like to nail a 3-pointer if they can. Rodriguez left open, and it rattles out. Oh, that could have been a 10-point game. Ends up being a 13-point lead for Argentina. And Argentina, from the get-go, really were able to just kind of overcome Uruguay with the accuracy in the scoring. Pace-wise, I have to say Uruguay was able to come back into it. But as I said, you know, I really feel like that Uruguay was slightly stubborn in the sense that they try to go for those 3-pointers way too often, in my opinion, and just need to use the paint a bit more.
Yeah, that's what kind of happens when you see your opponent knocking down the threes. You try to go out and get it right back. And sometimes you get yourself in trouble because you're being a little too aggressive. You got to take what the defense gives you. We've seen so many times where in that ball game there, Uruguay was attacking the paint. They had a wide open chance for a dunk, a layup, no one there to contest it. And they dish it out for the three, which, by the way, ends up missing. And then you go the other way on the rebound on a fast break and they get the easy dunk. That's a 5-point swing. Those are opportunities that you cannot afford if you're Uruguay because you're already coming into this game as an underdog. You want every possession. You want to maximize on them as much as possible. And Uruguay, they came out a little bit hot. They had 12 points in that first quarter. Then they kind of slowed down a little bit in terms of capitalizing on those possessions. They scored single digits in the second and third. And then finally, they tried to close out in the fourth, but it was just way too late in the game for them as Truly was able to get more than 20 points, knocking shots down left and right as game number 1 in round 3 between Argentina and Uruguay goes in favor of Argentina. It was a close game. Like you said, it was 1 point at a point, then it ended up being 13.
Yeah, exactly. Given the fact that both of these teams have the same amount of points in the overall standings, this match is very important for both of these because it essentially locks you in for a slot into the grand finals. And Uruguay, if you want to have the opportunity to take a shot at Brazil, that definitely has secured themselves there already. And you really want to make sure you take this one. But in order to do that, you need to win the game now by 14 points or more. So Uruguay will really have to change the name of the game for themselves. And one thing also they definitely, as I said, need to keep tabs on is the fact that Argentina was able to nail so many steals. It's crazy.
Oh, yeah, no, indeed. And then, of course, they were able to kind of capitalize on those as points off turnovers as well. And the biggest thing for me was also how you had, Rodriguez that needs to take not take more shots, needs to take better shots, if you will, because he struggled from the court as well. Not able to knock down as many threes. I think he was like maybe 2 for 6 at one point in the fourth quarter, 5 for 13. So he wasn't able to get things going. He had 6 assists. That's great, but not when you compare it to the 5+ turnovers that he had himself as well. So you got to get better on the offensive end if you're Rodriguez. You can't take 15 or more shots to get about 16 to 18 points. So need more production out of them, more efficient production, I should say. And of course, Jordan didn't get a lot of points up, but he did go ahead and have an impact in terms of rebounds there as we get ready for game number 2. Again, for the folks, just a reminder from what we talked about at the top of the show. Now you need Uruguay to go ahead and win by at least 1 point more than what they lost in that game 1, which I believe was 13. So if that's the case, then Uruguay needs to win by 14 or more in this game number 2. And that is a tall task to complete.
Yeah, you really need to come out resulted from the get-go if you're Uruguay, and then somehow make sure that you keep tabs on both Truly and dribbling because they continuously find themselves open on that 3-point line. The defense needs to become more active on Uruguay's side to just really, kind of put a leash on Argentina, so to say, and slow them down. Way too often Argentina find themselves just open to the net, and of course they go for these free opportunities. Now the sides have been swapped. Argentina in your whites and light blues. Uruguay in the what kind of a blue is that? Is that navy blue? I'm always confused.
That's we need a dub by 14 blue is what that is, and we'll see if it actually comes out. And they've got a game plan. We'll see if they're able to go and execute it. But yeah, it says navy blue though, as you've got Argentina in white, Uruguay in navy blue. Dribbling from the right side doesn't go. Rebound secured by Jord. Gets it all the way back out to Movin. Moving now with the slip and not a defender in sight as they draw blood first in the game number 2.
Let's see if can Uruguay quickly answer. That was one of the reasons why Argentina was also so successful in the first game. As soon as they lost the net, they found one back. 𝐂𝐇 doesn't pull up, kicks it out to 𝐂𝐄 from the corner, and it rattles out. The defense is there. Argentina on the offensive. 15 seconds on the clock. Breach and foul called. Dribbling, positioning himself towards that right-hand side near the arc. And he's open for 3. Instead, someone else to find it. So dribbling, saying, hey, next time, kick it over.
See if Uruguay is able to go ahead and respond back. They get it up the court. FMDC resets it back over to Rodriguez. FMDC sets a pick, gets the slip inside, but the defense of Argentina swings from the right side, and he doesn't kick it out. Now Argentina slinging it all the way down. Ooh, nice little behind the back pass to the left side, and it's a quick 8-0 lead now for Argentina.
Yeah, this is almost an identical start to game number 1 between these two. Now in game 2, dribbling finds the steal as well. Truly from the right-hand side, takes a few steps forward, pulls up for the two-pointer. It doesn't go through, and that is a scare for Uruguay. You know, losing the ball so close to the rim. Rodriguez has to make sure he shakes it off. FMDC is there as well. Finds his hands, can't find the open rim. A three-pointer, though, finally for Uruguay. Trailing by 5.
They do get themselves on the board, but what else can they do to get a defensive stop? Here in the early minutes, moving. Gets it over to the left side. Hand in his face, and it doesn't matter as he knocks that one down to get him to 10.
I feel like Argentina are still playing with the pace of that fourth quarter for now. They want to make sure they secure that early lead. They feel confident in the fact that they can hold on to it. FMDC kicks it back out to 𝐂𝐇𝐄𝐂. 3 seconds to take the shot. 𝐂𝐇𝐄𝐂, what a defense. Gordon on the inbound, 1.7 seconds to go. Fast pass has to be a shot. FMDC can't make it happen.
Couple of missed opportunities there from Uruguay. Moving now. Fades away from the top of the key. What a tough shot, but not for that man, as he puts him up now by 10 for the first time in game number 2. Rodriguez looking to respond back himself. Gets it over to the left side. That shot doesn't go. Argentina kicks it over to the left. Can they get back-to-back threes? No, but they've got the offensive board from Truly, the man who had great offensive output in game number 1. Gets the offensive board here to give Argentina another chance on the inbound. 14 seconds on the clock. Moving. A little bit of space, but guarded by 2 Uruguay defenders. And it's Rodriguez now bringing up the court.
I mean, come on. Uruguay definitely needs to make sure this one counts. It's been a while before they've had the opportunity to score. They get the 2. Now just need to find those follow-ups. 1:20 remaining before the first quarter ends. Argentina, I would have to say, so far, probably are quite happy with how things have panned out, though. 𝐂𝐇𝐄𝐂 finds a quick steal. Clean one, right-hand side three-pointer. It's good. Gordon comes up huge. Uruguay now up to 8 points.
It was 10, and they went ahead and cut the deficit in half. Moving. Playing to each of their sides there, on the defensive end, so they get the easy slip. You see at the bottom right hand of your screen, the game number 1 in this best-of-2 series was Argentina 57-44. So Uruguay needs to win this game number 2 by at least 13 points for the tiebreakers to be an impact, or at least 14 to claim this round 3 game. As that shot goes out of bounds, it's going to be Argentina's ball. 10 seconds separating the shot clock and the game clock. Argentina gets it past half court. Takes a shot from the free throw, and easy just like that.
Yeah, defense caught sleeping. Free opportunity. Of course, he nails it. 𝐂𝐇𝐄𝐂, though. Where's Rodriguez at right-hand side? FMDC is there as well. Someone has to go for a cut or something. They're just waiting at this stage. Tried to give it over to Rodriguez. Didn't make it happen. Gilly now over to dribbling on the three-point line. FMDC afraid he's going to take the shot. Jordan is there with the offensive rebound. Gil, beautiful fake out. Doesn't find the 2 as the buzzer beats. 17-8. Argentina in the lead by 9 points.
See how they start things off here in the second quarter. As Rodriguez loses that ball. Argentina with the steal. Argentina with the quick 2 the other way. not how you want to start things off in the second quarter if you're Uruguay, as you need to win this game by at least 14, but now you're down by 11. See if they're able to get a bucket here. Last time out, they had a turnover that resulted in 2 points, and they get another stolen pass. It's Argentina. Back-to-back steals here in the second. Moving, gets it over to the left. Nothing there. Wide open is dribbling, and he gets that one to go. 2 stolen passes, 2 turnovers from Uruguay, result in 5 points for Argentina. That's how we start the second quarter.
Yeah, and beautiful stuff as well on the ball rotation, just to make sure they really pull defense out of their positions and find the open opportunity for dribbling to take the shot. As I say that, though, Rodriguez will find the 2 for Uruguay. And Argentina again on the offensive. Jordan stopped on the three-point line, fake pumps it, goes for the 3 as well, almost nails it.
But just couldn't get it to go, though. Rodriguez back over to the left side. Too many Uruguay players there on the left corner. Not enough space for them to create a shot. See if they're able to kind of mix it up a little bit. Let's see if they call a cut, throw Argentinians off their game. As they go ahead and attack the paint, the defense inside, the big man isn't able to contest to it, and they get that one to drop.
A good job for Uruguay to make it a 10-point game, but as you mentioned, we want to see a bit more of diversified plays. 24-12. Argentina looking strong, dribbling, finds the ball. And of course, Truly is going to slam it to make it a 14-point game now.
Cody, quick reach-in foul.
At this stage, Uruguay just really want to see if they can find those free openings. FMDC, there we go. That's what we want to see. Open to the net. Takes the easy 2. More of those, please.
Moving. Dots it over to the left side. Dribbling with the shot, but he can't get it to go. Offensive rebound. Security kicks it back out to Moving. Moving with that shot. Can't get it to drop. As Uruguay now. Back over, top of the key shot. That's a tough one as he's on the floor. Had a man open on the right side. They get it up top to Jordan. Jordan now, quick foul outside of the 2 minutes. So they'll take it out to the right. And Jordan with another quick foul. Gets it over to Moving on the inbounds. Let's see if dribbling goes for a cut, but that's going to be a foul and 1! That's how you go ahead and complete a possession. You knock down a 3. You get on fire. You knock down the free throw to complete the 4-point play.
You really don't see those happening often, and making sure to make it count as well. That's like literally the best case scenario for Argentina on the offensive. Now, of course, very active on the defense. It's a 16-point game in their favor. And Uruguay, Rodriguez pulls up close. Can't find the shots. It's FMDC with a 3-pointer. That will not go through. Moving has another opportunity to try and extend the lead even further. Finds himself wide open for the 3. Makes it count as he gets the boost.
When you're hot as he is, why not take those deep threes, especially if you're wide open. The defense isn't respecting your range. Cody, tight ropes the right side. Ooh, looked like that was going to be another turnover, but the ref calls a foul. 33-14. Not looking great for Uruguay here in this game number 2. Rodriguez. Step back, but doesn't create enough space. He's going to take a fadeaway shot. That one doesn't go. Argentina with the rebound, slings it to the right corner. Truly, nothing there for him to do, so he is going to reset it back over to Jord. Jord looked for the cut from the left side from dribbling, wants to take it himself. Oh my goodness, he tried to poster him, but couldn't get that dunk to go. And now it's Rodriguez for Uruguay on the other side. Loose ball. Who's got it? It's Argentina. It's moving. Has a man down lane. Gets it to the right side. Ooh, truly thought about it for a second. You've got a cold one, as it's going to be the right corner shot that drops for Argentina. And now this puts Argentina in a tough spot here because obviously you need to catch up points-wise. You're down 22, but Rodriguez is cold. So what do? You hope your teammates can get involved, and they missed a right corner shot.
Well, what kind of a transition take foul on top of things as well, man. Things are really getting out of hand for Uruguay currently. That being said, though, this is still the first half of the game, right? So they technically still have a way back into this, but remember, they need to win by 14 to take the series, and they really need to start to get those points quickly here. Corden, open to the net. Make sure he can secure this one, because there's still 14 seconds left. Pass over to Movin. Movin, does he go for another far three-pointer? Jordan is there for the screen. Pulls up for a fake two-pointer, kicks it back over to Jordan. Jordan, again, trying to use that body to his advantage, and the ball just refuses to go through the hoop.
Not the best type of basketball that you were hoping to see from Uruguay, especially when you need to win this one or you're practically eliminated from any opportunity of making it to the grand finals. Argentina in great position. It would take a miracle from Uruguay to make this comeback, especially if Argentina is knocking down and ones from beyond the arc like that. The 4-point play was awesome to watch. And let's see if Uruguay can go ahead and, all right, they got them fancy moves as well. But the points are the same. And you can't convert.
Cody really bringing in the style, just needs to make sure he has the accuracy with it. That being said, though, it's truly to put up another few points on the board. I think it was on the line. That was 2, right?
Believe so.
Uruguay find the green, though, on the 3. Back to a 21-point lead now for Argentina. But they are on the offensive. Moving has to be stopped. Dribbling left open for a second there. Pulls up for the 2. It's green.
Yeah, there's not a lot to criticize there, but dribbling was open for a little too much time. He could have taken the 3, but by the time he got the ball, he had to step in. FMDC picks up the loose ball for Uruguay. All types of chaos on the defensive side as they take a contested 2. That one doesn't go. Argentina with the rebound. Truly left wide open. Cannot get it to go, though. To the left side, they swing it, and Uruguay gets that one a drop to make it a 20-point ball game.
Yeah, Cody has had decent success with the three-pointers, so he might be the saving grace here for Uruguay if they can find more open opportunities like that. That being said, though, he's dribbling with the ball. His favorite position, finds himself open, instead kicks it over to Gulli. Gulli with the three-pointer. Also, Argentina, 45-22 pace-wise. You know, if we're looking at previous game score, you could definitely say that Argentina has amped up the pace, getting close to that previous game score. Rodriguez, good dribble work from him, finds the 2 in transition.
24-45, quick foul there. Three minutes left to go in this game, too. Moving. Back over. Pick and pop. It's Jordan. It's no good. As he misses that one.
And you can see the cheeky smile in Argentina's player cams as well. Just like kind of having fun with it currently, because obviously they have a very decent lead to work with.
Did he just sit on the ball?
I was just about to ask you the same thing. That's the first for me to see something like that. Gulli, though, again finds another three-pointer, this time from the other quarter.
Look, man, if you go ahead and sit on the ball and you dot the right corner and I give up a 3, I'm putting a Tom Brady. I'm deflating the heck out of that ball. You're out of your mind.
I'm changing the remote because my previous one is broken.
Pulling the plug. I'm out of this game.
Yeah.
Get me out of here.
Now you have to see things through. Let's see if Rodriguez can do it. Kicks it over to Corden. FMTC goes in for the rebound. No shot just yet. Rodriguez far from the net. Does he go for this shot? Would be a contested one. Finds himself open slightly late on the release. Defensive foul call there. So Gordon on inbound. Cody instantly pulls up for the 3. I'd love the idea. Unfortunately, again, slightly off on the release timing. Truly kicks it over to George. George again pulls the 3-pointers. Now, look, I see what the plan is here for Argentina. They want to make sure George nails a 3-pointer. All right.
I mean, look, he's going to need to take a few more the way that he's going to knock it down. I know he was 0 for 2 coming into the third. And obviously he's continued to miss. Cody. He tried to get a double pick. None of them hit, but he did find a way to get open anyhow.
Making the best out of a bad situation. Moving on, the 3-pointer instantly responds. It really feels like Argentina could do no wrong currently.
Seems to be that way. 51-27. We'll see how the gameplay between Brazil and Venezuela turns out. That's what's coming up after this game ends. As so far, it looks like Argentina is going to be the one to walk away with points in this round 3. As they've got a commanding lead already, and they won game number 1 by at least 13 points. Moving. Has the slip, but you can see they want to 3-hunt a little bit. Why don't you? Moving. Trying to break some ankles. He's got 5 seconds to work with. Dots it to the left side. Don't move a muscle. Big 3 coming in from the left.
Now Argentina just want to make sure that they leave nothing up to chance as they find another consecutive 3-pointer. Rodriguez, though, finds himself wide open to the net, gets the 3. Uruguay in the bonus as well. 34 seconds remaining before the third quarter ends. Moving. You know, he's going to be milking that clock and looking for that open 3. Dribbling. Available for the pass. Instead, it's going to be Truly from the corner. Uncharacteristically, though, will miss a shot like that. Usually nails these. Rodriguez on the fast offensive. Kicks it over to the teammate. Oh, ball lost. It is going to be Uruguay's ball. Still holding on to it. 12 seconds to go. No shot clock. Gordon hands it over to FMDC. So much defense around there. It's another out of bounds called. 9.8 to go now. FMDC on the inbound. Gordon holding on to it for now, but ball is lost. Dribbling wide open to the net. Goes for the 3-pointer right before the timer rings. 0.2 on the clock. 57-32. It's a 25-point game between these two. And, well, you know, we've been asking for a miracle to happen so many times. I would love to see that this is the time it happens.
Where's my tinfoil hat for you?
Tinfoil hat. Oh, yeah, right. I forgot
Where
to
is
take
that?
mine.
Where is that? I might have to bring one out for you for the grand finals. That's Jord. Little of a jab step situation. Still can't get it to go. Messed around there. Rodriguez takes it from the top. Doesn't get it to go, though. 3-on-1. Shot from the left side. To no one's surprise, it drops 60-32 Argentina.
Another 4 minutes remaining on the clock, and Argentina already have surpassed their previous game's score. As yet again, they find themselves on the offensive, truly wide open, kicks it over to Moving from the 3-point line. Another 3-pointer goes through. Looking to double up on Uruguay's score. And out of bounds called. It's Argentina on the inbound. Jord pulls up the 3. Is this the one? No.
He'll get one. He'll get at least one.
I get a sense he will. I get a sense he will. Unless, of course, he just sits on the ball again.
He is 0 for 6. You can do better than that, you know?
Yeah, actually, yeah.
I don't know why you caught a stray there. I'm sorry, but
Now, you know, I'm getting used to them now. It's not the first. I get a sense that it's not going to be a last.
poor guy out here broadcasting past midnight, just catching strays.
It is what it is, man. It is what it is.
What sucks is daylight savings I hear too.
Yeah. Rodriguez with the ball. Clock being run down. Argentina not making things easy for Uruguay despite the commanding lead they have. Pass over to Mubin. I feel like that was intended for Truly, but it will find dribbling instead. Rattles out as Corden holds on to it for now.
What are they? Okay, all right, cool. Argentina just giving high fives out there.
Yeah. Oh. It seems that both teams have come to an agreement on the court.
Yeah, right, exactly.
As to how things are going to pan out within the last few minutes. Rodriguez, though, tries for another three. Not going to be good enough. Dribbling, left open in the left-hand side corner is Truly to pull up. I mean, I was really expecting for George to take the shot there.
Well, he still has a chance to go ahead and make something happen. Alley-oop! Finishes at the rim to cut into the deficit to make it 33. Who is yelling in the studio?
I think there might be some side bets going on.
72-36. The only side bet we care about are your push-ups, sir.
Trust me.
Rodriguez takes a... Did you say it's not going to happen?
No, it's going to happen. I just need to get my beauty sleep in, man.
You know what? You have had a tough couple of nights, no question. But you get a break, you get a rest before you come back on November 1st.
Yeah, exactly. So once we get to Europe and NA, you'll have the video.
There you go. Jord, still looking for his bucket. Doesn't get it to go, but he gets the offensive board. What a selfless guy. Dishes it to the right to knock down the three. Minute 22 left to go. Gordon gets it to the left side. Rodriguez, you are open, my friend. All right. Missed it. Right side. Truly misses it. Back-to-back open threes missed by both of these teams. 2 for 7 is Jordy. That one goes.
Oh, final minute on its way. Truly pulls up another three-pointer, so this is just a fast net game as we speak. Corden finds himself open to the net. Will be fouled against. Dribbling wanted to really get that possession back. It looks like it's a done deal. And it's going to be Argentina securing those valuable points. We'll have to double check how the overall standings will look like this after the game, but I think this should be enough to get themselves into the grand finals of South America region, where they most likely will go up against Brazil, but that is going to be slightly later on. We still have one more game in round number 3, one more match.
Oh, did it go off of his foot? Oh, no, it looked like it might have tipped off of Uruguay into the foot of Argentina as he was out of bounds. A little moving. Just looking to continue adding it on. It's Jord! And they just won't let this poor man make it. Stolen away, though. Does Jord knock down another three? Or, excuse me, his first three, rather. Shot doesn't go. They don't try to foul here or anything, right?
Let's see. I mean, Jordan would like to have a three-pointer to his name. It's not for the lack of attempts.
There's no... Man. Come on. Saw that coming from a mile away.
Yeah.
It all comes down to this. 6.7 seconds in the fourth. Forget the score. It's all about if Jord can go ahead and get a three. They sling it to the left. To the left side, his shot gets that one to drop, but I don't believe that's Jord.
Nah, Jord was on the inbound, so unfortunately can't make it happen. It is going to be Argentina securing a huge lead victory in game number 2 and an overall win in this first best of 2 of the day. Round number 3, so, you know, it's definitely been plenty of time for both of these teams to get accustomed with each other. And as far as we know from the player interviews as well, they're definitely crossed paths before in the past and are well aware of each other's strengths and weaknesses. That being said, what do you feel like is really the thing that Argentina kind of abused in their favor? Abused probably is not a good word, but like used in their favor.
Yeah, I think they're just able to go ahead and create some separation more than Uruguay was able to. They were able to get the open shots. They were able to knock them down at a higher pace than their opponent was in Uruguay, and they also were able to get more of extra possessions off of those offensive rebounds and different opportunities in that sense as well. I mean, they had like 6 steals going into the second half. I mean, that just is incredible, right? At one point, when it was 37-16, it was like 26 shots taken by Argentina compared to 17 taken by Uruguay. So that kind of tells you what you need to know as you see the schedule there. We're done with round number 3 for the first series, but we still have a second series to go. It's Brazil and Venezuela for that one that's coming up here shortly as well. What was your takeaway as we conclude that first series of the night?
Well, I mean, let's jump back to it when we can. We have an interview on the line before, though. So first of all, Argentina. Well, look, guys, thank you first of all for an amazing game, especially game number 2. Can you take us a bit more through the game and what was the game plan heading into game number 2, knowing that Uruguay has to win by 14 or more?
The gameplay was like played our game, like no difference, just stay focused and win basically.
Well, we talk about your victory, but let's also talk about your defeat. We don't know officially what the score, what round 3 is going to finish like with Brazil and also Venezuela. But let's say hypothetically, if in the grand finals you do play Brazil, what's the game plan going to be? What are you going to do differently to have a different result than what we saw yesterday?
I won't say our game plan, but it will be different. And one thing that y'all gotta know, they have 2 𝐂𝐄𝐄 league coaches, and we play with more ping, so it's kind of a disadvantage, but we're good, and we're prepared for this.
And one thing also I want to touch upon, it looks like comparing to yesterday, your guys' accuracy overall has gone up. Is there any sort of special meal or any special preparation you do before the game? Because I need to get in on that.
The best meal from here, asado, meat. So
okay, meat is the name of the game. All right, well, thanks, guys. We're not going to hold on to you any longer. Make sure you are ready for that next match. A bit of a break for you guys as we head on into game number 2 and round number 3.
Thank you for having me.
Awesome. That was great to kind of get some insights on that. All right, fine. You didn't want to tell me the game plan. That's cool. You know what? I'm actually going to – he mentioned that there's 2 2K League coaches on there. I'm going to text my source just so I can feel important because I know one of them. I'm not sure who the second one is, but as we go ahead and see where things stand in terms of a brackets perspective, that's where they are. Brazil, still number 1. Argentina, still number 2.
Well, so now Venezuela only needs to win by a crazy margin over Brazil to get into the grand finals. And then we have a crazy grand finals ahead of us.
It's quite all right. And then, of course, we'll see how things go ahead and play out between Brazil and Venezuela. But at the moment, it's looking like a rematch no matter which way this shakes out. And we'll see how things play out on that side. But the group stage, it's Argentina and Brazil. But, of course, that's mainly because Brazil has played 1 less game so far, which they're about to play here in a second. So that's how things will go to shape out. The point differential, though, you can see the elite teams in South America, Argentina, and Brazil as well. And look, I understand when it comes to, you have a couple of different things. By the way, their second, 2K League coach, it's actually my man Ryan from the Raptors Uprising GC. So shout out to Ryan, by the way. He's been, a great person, came from the community, worked his way up to be a part of the Raptors Uprising organization, now gets a chance to go ahead and be a part of the coaching staff for Brazil and possibly lead them to victory here as well as on their back-to-back way to make it out of South America. So quick shout out to the folks that watch and the community members because they always find different ways to be involved in this great game of ours. So appreciate Ryan and everything that he's done as well. But what are you expecting as we see Brazil take on Venezuela here in just a few minutes?
Well, I think Brazil is definitely going to make use of the fact that they have great ball rotation on the board and being able to pass it quickly. There's a lot of sharpshooters as well on the court. So I'm kind of expecting just to Brazil use the pace to their advantage, if anything, and just the accuracy aspect of it all. That being said, for Venezuela coming into this, you really want to keep that in mind and make sure that your players are returning quick enough back into the defense, etc., to try and limit these fast turnover plays that most likely would come out from Brazil. But I'm also kind of curious, is this the point in time where Brazil, they kind of mentioned that they have a few things up their sleeve that they're not pulling out just yet? Is this the game where they perhaps do a little of a bit of a test run before their appearance in the grand finals?
I'm not quite sure, because I think, the test runs are for when things aren't on camera, when they're able to go ahead and compete with other individuals. When you have connections like they do, you can go ahead and have those scrimmages where you run through a couple of things. So I don't believe this is a game where you see any new trickery. I believe you may see it in the grand finals if they get there, which it looks like they will. And then even then, I don't think they pull out all the stops, because they want to hold things out for December themselves. But I do expect Brazil to continue coming out hot, on fire, starting things off at a higher pace. And again, we mentioned it yesterday, but the biggest difference to me in terms of the chemistry and the atmosphere is that Brazil is playing alongside each other in that room, where Venezuela, you're playing remote. So the energy is different. The communication is different. And I think that makes a big, big difference that can't be calculated in the box score.
Yeah, absolutely. One thing, though, to look out for on the side of Venezuela, Good definitely had at least one good game yesterday, if not two, where I can think of. He scored definitely above 20 points for his team. So that's a player that you want to keep tabs on as well. And he's quite good and quite versatile in the way how he approaches the game. So he's able to nail down 3-pointers, get those two in transition, etc., cut plays. Again, that's something we would like to see more coming out here, because so far it's been at least today, a very 3-point focused game.
See how things go ahead and turn out for these two matchups. Again, so far, it's been sweeps all around in this South America region. We'll see if that holds on to be true in this round 3 matchup. This is the final one. After this is finished, we will know who is headed to the grand finals officially, and that will be a best-of-3 series. Last year, it was Argentina taking on Brazil, and it was Brazil that got the job done. They did win last night as well. So Argentina is going to be watching this game quite closely to see what tendencies they can go ahead and pick up, to see what insights they can go ahead and execute against. But before we get there, it's got to be Venezuela that's looking to possibly play spoiler, see what they can do.
And one thing that comes to mind is that Africa grand final between Morocco and Algeria. Everyone was kind of, majority was on the side of Morocco and taking it in the grand finals, and judging from the groups, it looked like it as well. So for Argentina, still anything can happen in the finals against Brazil. That being said, I do think Brazil, they want to make sure they also don't kind of overuse their energy on this game, and if possible, just you want to make sure you're getting a secured lead, but at the same time, you don't want to use all your energy and save things up for the grand finals, because definitely you're going to need stamina in that one, as it's not going to be about point differentials at that point anymore. It's just going to be about securing the win.
Especially if they're able to go ahead to game number 3 in that grand finals as well, right? That's going to be something for us to keep an eye on, indeed.
Well, this still being a best of 2, that means point differentials is the name of the game. Brazil are going to be looking to secure that early lead. And I can't really, my memory is evading me, but I don't think that Brazil, once they obtained the lead, actually let it go at any point or made it close. Because I somehow remember that as soon as they got the lead, they just held on to it.
Quite possibly. We can start notating it now. I don't quite recall. I don't want to be called fake news in the chat.
Fake news. Do you get called you get called fake news?
No. I'm a man of integrity, man. I back my thoughts up with box scores in a video game. No one pays attention, It's funny. I had Vince be like, "Hey, man, where'd you get those stats?" I'm like, "I just made them up on the spot." Just like that. Kidding, by the way. Brazil taking on Venezuela. Round 3, game 1. in the last group play matchup here in the South America region. It's a best of 2. This is game 1. Here's the tip. As it's going to be Venezuela in blue. They win the tip. Brazil gets the rebound secured. Looking to push the pace. That's the tempo they love to go with. And they're going to go ahead and get the quick 2.
Luis opening things up for Brazil. Venezuela, they want to answer fast. They want to answer with points. Ball in the hands of Panda. Panda over to Bajacero. Well, alley-oop attempt. Very early days. Frey, he actually recovered it. They thought it was going to be out of bounds at a three-pointer attempt. It doesn't go through. What a play from Frey.
Just like that, the kick can go ahead and get the 3 to drop, though. Still a 2-point ball game. Venezuela. Would be nice for them to go ahead and just sneak the lead in here.
Right? Nice and early. Make them sweat. Make them worried. Make them nervous as Wiesel finds the dunk.
Bringing up the court is Icy. Takes that shot. Gets it to drop, and that's a quick 3 for them.
Yeah, that looked way too easy for Icy. Just a quick dribble and pops the 3. Jacero with the ball, hands it over to Wiesel in the corner, finds himself open to the rim, and now a contested three-pointer that does not find its way.
Coming over to the left side is Icy. Gets the slip inside. Oh, what? Okay, tried to double clutch there. Don't think he meant to, though. And it's Venezuela that go ahead and get the easy basket the other way. An unfortunate turn of events there for Brazil, but they've still got the lead. As Toledo kicks it back up, clamps with it. Takes the shot from the left side. That one doesn't go. A spray. Pump fakes. Back over to the left side. Fadeaway shot, but he steps inside for the 2. Nonetheless, it's Venezuela with the lead now for the first time in this round 3.
Yeah, and you know it has to feel good. These early shots are not really as clean as Brazil was hoping for. Let's see if Icy can pull up. That's a 2-pointer, and it doesn't go through. Toledo there with the first offensive rebound to his name. This level foul against him. So play reset, 14 seconds on the shot clock. It's Martins on the inbound. Kicks it over to Toledo. Toledo over to Vital. Vital, big dunk. A beautiful cut there from him.
Very important message for you, by the way, in the chat log.
Sorry.
You won't apologize after you see what it is. Calls a cut, gets it stolen. Brazil now dots it to the right. Oh, that should have gone to the right corner. Missed opportunity, but I'm sure they'll still look to find a bucket here. Icy now. He goes ahead and gets fouled. Got a couple of folks in the right corner, or in the right side, excuse me. The corner one that was open. As Icy calls a cut from the right. Not a defensive player in the paint to contest it.
Yeah, it's back-to-back cuts lost in the defense for Venezuela, so that's something that you want to quickly adjust to. Otherwise, Brazil will start to abuse it even more. They try to go for a cut themselves, but Frey finds himself too close to the rim. Can't make it happen. Has to run back quickly. Vital open for 3. He's good. 12-6 now. Brazil suddenly starting to build a lead. 6 points to their name.
You got to go and respond back if you're Venezuela. 1:13 left to go. Panda. Panda. Gets denied. Blocked. Snatch block at that. And then he loses the ball.
Nice attempt. That's at least one thing to keep in mind for Brazil. You know, there is still always that ever-present threat that you might lose the ball in your own zone. Frey comes closer to... Is that an 8-second violation by Icy? Wow.
And look how amped up Venezuela is about that. You can see it in the camera, the excitement. And that's what you want, right? You want to make sure that your team knows that you're in this game. You can cut into this deficit at any point. Down low. Great job being patient. Gets the jam to go. Less than a minute now. How does Brazil go and respond back? Do they look for the quick three? They call a cut once again, and it works. They're just not able to guard these cuts.
Yeah, this one is the third one in a row. It's Venezuela on the offensive. Good job from Martins. Holding on close. They lose the ball. It's Vital with it. Kicks it over to Icy. Icy open to the rim. Takes it back out behind the arc. And Martins with a corner three. It's not good, but Toledo's there with the offensive rebound. Yesterday, an absolute beast in the paint. He's going to be put on the free throw line. Gets the first and probably is going to nail the second. Does so. Makes it 16-8.
Double up the score to Venezuela once again. How do they respond back to end the first quarter? Gets it over to the right side. Calls a cut. Don't get it to him, though. Comes back out to the right hash. And that one is taken away. Great read by the defense. Alley-oop attempt from Brazil, and they put him up by 10.
A single second remaining. And a beautiful finish from Brazil at the end of the first quarter. And as well as though still, you know, we speak about this a lot. 10 points is something that is doable, but not if Brazil continues to find cut plays like that. It's Vital again. And Vital yesterday is also, I think, almost, if he didn't, then he definitely was close to dropping a 30 bomb within a single game. Panda with the ball, though, easily is going to be stopped. Those long hands of Vital do a tremendous job at that. Clamps! A big three-pointer from him.
Big stops on the defensive side from Brazil. We've seen them capitalize. Goes ahead and dunks that one in.
Venezuela take a page out of Brazil's book, call a cut of their own. Find a lot of success, but you can't leave Icy open like this. He finds another three, makes it 16 now in favor of Brazil. Still 4 minutes to go before halftime. And Panda could have gone till the end with it. Instead, it's Vizsla with the three-pointer offensive interference.
Tough break there. Icy goes ahead and gets that one stolen away. Venezuela got a one-man advantage, but they don't take the easy two. Possibly looking for the three hunt. Do they succeed? Yes, they do. What a shot from the left side as he fades away for the three.
Now, many would have called the easy two there, but they felt confident. That being said, it's who else than Vital with the dunk for a quick response. 15-point lead. Bajacero is going to be stopped near the hash. Martin's doing a tremendous job not allowing to find these openings. That being said, though, Vizsla pulls up for the two in transition and gets it.
Assisted by number 87.
Icy now has his offense set up, calls a cut. Great patience there. The defense just goes flying by him as he gets the easy jam hanging on the rim. Too close for comfort as a ref almost calls a tech on him. They come back down. Right corner. Defense just swarming to cover it. Great job there by Brazil. Toledo with the rebound. Shot from Brazil. Three from Brazil. 33-15.
And whenever Clamps puts up these three-pointers, the ball just doesn't even touch the rim. It always goes through clean. And that's when you really know you have those timings worked out to perfection. Bajacero looking to respond with the same, though. Finds a big three-pointer for Venezuela. More of those, and they'll be back into it in no time. It is still a 15-point game between the two. And Brazil find another two-pointer.
35-18. 2 minutes left to go in the second. Venezuela trying to set a pick at the top. Oh, that one's just an unfortunate turnover as Brazil's got it. And that's just an easy basket for them as they take it to the house. 37-18. See if Brazil's able to go ahead and create another turnover here for themselves. Panda takes the two. That one doesn't go. Rebound secured. by Brazil. 𝐂𝐄𝐄�ㄗ. Back outside to the right. That one doesn't go, but they get the offensive rebound. It's Toledo. Who else? Once again, Toledo finishes at the rim himself. Back-to-back offensive boards for 2 points for him.
Yeah, Toledo says, I've had enough of kicking it out to three-pointers. It's my turn, guys. Because he gets the easy two.
We'll want to see if Venezuela is able to go ahead and make some adjustments as they come into the second half. But for now, they go ahead and try to end the second quarter on a high note. Top of the key, calls a cut, dots it to the left. Great job by Brazil by sticking to their man. They got a little lucky, though, because that cut was wide open, but they don't give up the three. And at this time, when you've got a lead like this, you let the twos go by sometimes and make sure you don't give up enough threes.
A 24-point lead for Brazil. It's Venezuela on the offensive. Beautiful attempt there. And at the last minute, ditches over the pass. And the ball is going to be lost. Icy over to 𝐂𝐄𝐄𝐄 under the rim. Finds the easy two right before halftime.
Oh, looked like he was going to lose the ball, but he maintains the possession there. Wide open shot from Venezuela. Knocking it down to get him past 20. Last possession, possibly of the second quarter here. 𝐂𝐄𝐄𝐄. Toledo tried to get a pick. Didn't create any separation. That one's taken away. Turnover from Brazil. Venezuela. Shot. Goes up. Doesn't convert, though. And that's going to be the way that the half ends. It's a dominating performance, to no one's surprise, from Brazil. 44 points for them. A commanding lead thus far as they look to go undefeated here in the group stage.
Yeah, you know, in that first quarter, for the first 2-3 minutes or so, Venezuela was able to keep up a close game. But those few sneaky three-pointers and then just fast turnover plays from Brazil is the reason behind success here, as Icy yet again finds himself open to the net. Will be fouled against. He's going to put him on the line. I would be very surprised to see Icy miss these. Gets the first. And shortly finds the follow-up right. Rattles this one. 46-21. Still 25 between the two. Brazil in a commanding lead. Finding points within the first 10 seconds of that third quarter. Is the fake pumps it. Frey from the corner. Oh, I wish that would have been a three-pointer and an one on top.
Would have been sweet. (46-23). Venezuela looking to cut into this deficit here in the third, but they've got a lot of work ahead of them. They've had some miscommunication on the defensive side, some unfortunate turnovers on the offensive side. What adjustments do they make here in the second half to set themselves up for success, not just here in this game one, but perhaps in game two as well, as that's an easy cut for Brazil.
Now, one thing you really need to watch out is for these cut plays from Brazil. They find like, what, 4 or 5 in a row. And Venezuela unfortunately lose the ball mid-play there. Over to 𝐂𝐄𝐄𝐄. 𝐂𝐂𝐄𝐄, an easy, quick two-pointer for him.
Dribbling it to the right. Goes ahead and gets that one. As Icy. And all right, cool. Oh, now they're just toying with them. Now they're just playing with their. Oh, come on.
Yeah, that was for show, for sure. The foul called, reaching foul by 𝐂𝐄𝐄𝐄. Wanted to get that quick turnover, just add one more net to his name and for the team. Martin sticks around, doesn't allow for a fast set play, but instead it's Frey to find himself wide open. Beautiful cut from him. Will Brazil return the favor? It's Clams with the open three. Gets it again.
Not the type of game you want if you're Venezuela. But this is what you can expect from Brazil. So many of those players played last year. They're in harmony. They've got the chemistry and they've got the support on the coaching staff as well to take them to the next level, and it shows. Icy. Goes ahead and fades it from the left. That one doesn't go, but it's Toledo. All right, cool. Yeah, you. All right, yep.
I'm surprised Toledo didn't make that one count. Now, Bajacero with the ball. Finds G over under the net. Gets the two. That's a back-to-back cut play from Venezuela. So, as I said, you know, taking Brazil's plays as an example, but that's an and one on top of a two-pointer.
Icy goes ahead and converts there. The three-point play. As we'll see if Venezuela is able to go ahead and string together something to go ahead and look forward to in the fourth. But so far, it's just Brazil being a menace, and it's Toledo finishing at the rim. He's always an impactful player for this Brazil team, and it continues to be shown. Oh, looked like he could have almost been called for a backcourt violation.
It was way too close for comfort. G pulls up, but the pass fails straight into the hands of Brazil. Icy, another three-pointer for him. Brazil have been continuously able to predict where these passes are going to go and just position themselves between the players to get the ball straight to the hands. They don't even have to try and go for a reach-in. Isla, easy two-pointer from him. 35-63, a minute and a half remaining before we get to the final quarter of game number one, round number 3, between Brazil and Venezuela.
Brazil, the inbound. Gets it inside, drives in. Easy two. Now, I'm really not sure what Venezuela can even really do. Just the skill set on this Brazil team, especially with the coaching staff providing different insights. I mean, just look at that. I think we've seen maybe 3 to 4 different steals, and they're just not able to hold on to the ball here, because that's an easy dunk there for Venezuela.
It's just a lot to take in, especially on the fly. It's really hard to single out a single thing that would be like, you know, the golden answer that Venezuela is looking for here. It's more about just, you know, kind of making sure that they can see through their positions. There's another three-pointer falls through for Brazil. They've doubled up on Venezuela's score, 35-70. Half a minute to go. Another steal from Toledo from the inbound. Tries to use his size.
That's just mean.
That is very mean. That's very mean. There were at one point there were 4 defenders around him, and they still kept pushing. Just provokes the foul, puts Brazil in the bonus. Imagine they find another steal off the back of this. That would have been crazy.
Would not be surprised, though. Deep on the left side. Had an open shot. They gave it up, but it's Panda. At least he's able to knock that one down.
Icy and Toledo both on fire, and one to try and finish things off before the third quarter concludes. Needs to get out of that zone. Toledo with the ball can't make it happen. And the buzzer beats. Final 5 minutes on the board, 72-38. Again, this is a best of 2 between these two, so that's like a huge point differential that Venezuela has to work with looking into game number 2. So the name of the game for them in this final quarter is just getting those points. It doesn't matter. You don't really need to focus on those three-pointers so much. Yes, I understand the willingness to go for them, but really points like this, the easy twos, that's what you want to get.
Need to set themselves up for success here as this Brazil. And of course, on the other side, Brazil wants to go ahead and continue piling it on, even though they're in great position to make it to the grand finals. That one's denied, but a foul gets called inside. 2 free throws coming up from Brazil. A great all-around team play for them throughout this tournament, today and yesterday, on the offensive end, on the defensive end. They don't make too many mistakes, and when they do, the opponents just aren't able to capitalize to take advantage of it. And speaking of turnovers, Venezuela's just had so many here in this one that's going to be something they've got to fix in game number 2. But we've still got 4 minutes here in game number 1. 3 from the right side doesn't go. Toledo, the man gets the big boards all the time and jams it home.
Yeah, you know, Brazil are yet to drop a game, and it does look like they're willing to start now. Becerra with the ball, pulls up the 2. But there's that rebound, and an Easton timeout called by Martins. I feel like they were concerned they might lose that. Martins on the inbound. Straight over to Icy. Clamps open for a pass. Toledo sets up the screen. Icy, again, signature dribble work and kicks it over to Toledo to finish things off. 78-40. A very high scoring game from Brazil so far. As they, I feel like, might break into the hundreds if they continue on this pace.
78-40. 9 free throws taken by Brazil in this one. So they're always attacking the paint as much as possible. That one doesn't go. Brazil with the rebound. Looking to just add it to this deficit for them. Or excuse me, for Venezuela rather. And that's another foul.
You know, at this stage, Venezuela just really want to see if they can get more possessions. Just possessions after lost points really don't mean that much at this stage. Need to get those free ones, similar to how Brazil has been able to find those steals. Pulls up a contested 3, and unfortunately rattles out as Vital with the ball. He's going to kick it over to Icy. That was a dangerous pass, Ooh. And who is that for?
Yeah, looked like they tried to throw an alley-oop, but just the wrong page. You know, just trying to have a little bit of fun.
Well, props to the defense. Props to the defense. Toledo was supposed to be there, right? So someone made sure he can't make it in time.
Gets it to the left side. Shot taken. Knocks down the 3. They just continue to pile it on.
Yeah, 43-point difference between these two. Less than 2.5 minutes remaining. So the latter stages of that fourth quarter has begun. Becerra with the ball. Don't get the offensive rebound. Vital on fire. Over to Toledo. Toledo fake pumps it once. Tries to go for the dunk. And he's too late on the timing.
Back over to the... Oh, my goodness. Just missed opportunities.
It was a far 3. Can't say the same about Clamps, though. Clamps finds himself wide open. Make sure this one counts. 86 now for Brazil. Slightly less than 2 minutes to go. Becerra from the hash. Finds himself stuck. Gets the ball back. Another chance to dribble. 8 seconds on the shot clock. Blocking foul call by Martins. 14 seconds on the clock again. Frey on the inbound. Gets it over to Becerra. Becerra can't make a move. Frey, a contested 3, and he finds it. Oh, that's a 2. He was on the line.
Calls a cut from the left. Back outside. Now, that's something that they, okay, so that play there. We've seen it, I think, in the past, but I wouldn't be surprised if we see that again from Brazil. And yes, I agree, V. To the left side, it's Panda. Contested from Brazil. That one doesn't go. Kicks it right back out to the right side. All the way to the left. No one to guard him as he knocks down a 3. to get Brazil in the 90s now.
1 more minute to go. Panda with the ball. Pass over to Bajacero. Bajacero can't find the opening. Another contested three-point attempt. Not going to be good enough. And a pass from Toledo for a contested two. Or sorry, that was in transition and still gets it.
Not the type of game you wanted for Venezuela. But at least they're going to go ahead and see if they're able to have a better performance in game number 2. They had the lead in the first. It was 6-5. And that was it. It's like when people peak when they're like 15 and it's like, that's it, you know? It's just downhill from there.
Somehow I took that personally.
I mean, look, bro, if the shoe fits, you know what I mean? Do you?
Exactly. It is what it is. Jay, though, does find another two-pointer with 8.3 seconds remaining. Brazil are not going to break into the hundreds, but nonetheless have been able to almost double up on Venezuela's score.
Well, to no one's surprise, it's Brazil that goes ahead and comes out in a dominating fashion. They go ahead and get the job done in game number 1. Of course, we've got game number 2 that's still left to be played. But so far, you know, it's Brazil. I believe they went undefeated last year.
Yeah.
It looks like they're going to continue that streak, obviously, this time around as well. We may watch them go through 2 eFIBA seasons at the very least and not drop a series.
Well, that's exactly how legacies are built, right? Like you kind of make sure that you make a point to put up plays that cannot be questioned, essentially. And that's exactly what Brazil has been able to do in this game number 1 against Venezuela. Heading into game number 2, I really don't think that, you know, there's a lot that Brazil needs to adjust it. At some one point, it looked like they were just simply having fun with it. That being said, though, Toledo is not yet putting up 3-pointers, so you'll know when it's getting to that Brazil are definitely feeling relaxed. That being said, though, still, you know, putting up 93 points, all things considered. Venezuela was quite active, tried to go for those steals. Unfortunately for them, it more often than not ended as fouls. But Brazil, man, yeah, you know, the positioning to get the ball straight into their hands, off the back of the hands of Venezuela is something else. And add on top the steals off of inbounds, and that's a lot of free possessions for Brazil to work with, and therefore the result.
As you see the schedule right there. Matter of fact, let me just clarify something. When I said that Brazil may go undefeated from, you know, last year's eFIBA to this year's, I'm talking about strictly remote play. Obviously, they didn't get it. They dropped some series when it came over to in-person play in Sweden. But when it comes to remote play, I forget series. I don't think Brazil dropped a game last year in remote play for the regional qualifiers. And obviously, they have not dropped a game here in the regional qualifiers for season 3 as well. So they're doing really well. Can't complain whatsoever. I think, matter of fact, we have to go back and see what other countries have performed at that level, because I think you had the United States maybe a couple of seasons ago where they went ahead and lost to Dominican Republic, I believe it was, to lose that round. But I know they definitely are in the same tier as well. What do you expect from Venezuela? Anything different?
Anything different? Well, I mean, I want to see Good get involved a bit more. I love the passion from Panda and Frey with the plays. Vizsla as well chimed in quite a lot, but I definitely would like to see more points coming through from Good. That being said, though, you know, when Venezuela was able to put up decent baskets, it was off the back of those cut-in plays. As soon as Brazil started doing them, Venezuela pulled off a few of their own, so that's something they could try and utilize a bit more. I understand going up against Toledo in the defense is not an easy task, but that being said, you know, you kind of really need to look for some sort of a switch up in style. That's pretty much the only thing that I feel like Brazil can be caught off guard by. All that being said, though, you know, it's Brazil have shown great adaptability on the fly, and it would be hard to put them out of rhythm at this stage. And, you know, for Venezuela, again, this is a best of 2, so they have to win by 50-ish something points at this stage over Brazil.
Some math, something.
Some math, yeah. We're at the stage we're at some math. It's not that it doesn't matter, but it's a very difficult task to achieve, right? And Venezuela haven't really been presented with that many open 3-point opportunities as well. Brazil is just incredibly active from the get-go, making sure they're getting their reps in that aspect, and has worked wonders for them and really paid dividends. So for Venezuela, it's just like more diversified plays, really at this stage.
Totally random, totally weird. I know Venezuela's not having the type of night that they were hoping for, but at least the dude made his bet. You know what I mean? When you've got your cameras showing and things like that, at least you look good and put together, even if you're
you say that has there, I cannot recall now, but has there been a moment where someone hasn't made their bet?
No, but I was
just
just trying to see any body language from both of these squads.
Oh.
And of course, Brazil is not even at their station. So, there's that. As they're waiting to kind of have the players load back in there. But Venezuela, though, I mean, they've got a tall task. Look, there's no denying that. But we'll see if they're able to at least make this a more competitive one and somehow not just pull off the dub, but also win to cover the point differential from game one. But just a great dominating performance from Brazil as we load back up here for game number 2. Toledo, always an impactful player down low in the paint. Just not enough movement, I feel, from Venezuela. Not enough cuts, not enough different type of wrinkles that you want to throw on the offensive end so that your opponent's defense doesn't really know what's coming. And of course the turnovers as well. I mean, how many times late in that game, especially in that second half, and as a game just overall, Venezuela just kept losing the ball. That's it.
Well, Venezuela, they mentioned from their player service that at least 3 out of the 5 people do mention it, specifically Brazil, as their biggest rivals within the scene, and even humbly say about themselves that they are the underdogs of the region. So everyone is kind of a challenge at this stage. And that's understandably so. You have to be realistic about where you sit within the scene, and use that as working grounds, use that as basis. That's pretty much like within any competitive scenario, really something like your groundworks. As long as you know where you are at currently, that gives you at least a clear idea of what your progression should look like. And having at least the opportunity to play against Brazil on a stage like this, or rather a setup like this, given the context of everything within eFIBA Season 3, I think is a wonderful experience. And they really, at least looking back at the tape, will have clear lines that they need to work on.
Yeah, and we'll see if they're able to go ahead and get something together, make some difference, adjustments and things like that on the defensive side especially, or if Brazil is just going to be able to continue things the way that they have been throughout this tournament for South America as well. Icy's done a great job, not just to facilitate and find the open teammates, but when he needs to create a shot for himself, he's been able to do that. 𝐂𝐄𝐄's making an impact for Brazil on the defensive side. And of course, we've already given so much praise, well deservingly, to Toledo on the offensive board and the impact that he has to make sure that Brazil has the second chance opportunities to have the type of impact that they need. This is game number 2, the last game, the last series of round number 3. After this, we will go ahead and identify who exactly has made it to the grand finals. We've got a good idea, but we want to make sure that we get the official word from our ops team to make sure we don't mislead anybody.
Yeah, and
politicians. What?
I just had to look at the stats, for Brazil. I wanted to see who was really a kind of standout player for points-wise, and basically a third of it comes off the hand of 𝐂𝐄𝐄. 31 points to his name. Of course, in the rebound department, is Toledo dominating everything, but points scored-wise, 𝐂𝐄𝐄 is a good, sizable amount of points ahead everyone else on his team. So as I mentioned, he's very precise. 13 out of 17 shots made and 5 out of 9 on the 3-point line. Puts him up in a very good position. So that's at least something also for Venezuela to keep in mind. See if you can find 𝐂𝐄𝐄, as he's quite often left kind of open on the 3-point line.
And that's something that they've got to take advantage of as well. Is how many times did they just give up the points off turnovers and just a second chance, the fast break opportunity, excuse me. But Venezuela just wasn't able to get open, and when they did, they just weren't able to do much with it whatsoever. And you kind of see that from the box score as well.
Well, we should be able to jump into the game shortly here. One more 20-minute set between the two. After that, we're going to do a quick summary of round number 3. Proceed perhaps with a short break, and then it's going to be grand finals time. And you know, everyone is going to be hyped for that, to find out who is going to be booking the ticket to Philippines on the 11th and 12th of December for their chance to take that big slice out of that $50K prize pool. But most importantly, for a chance to call themselves the best NBA 2K team in the world.
Let's take a look at a couple of different things. You talked about how 𝐂𝐄𝐄 has had himself a great game in that game number 1, 31 points, 5 for 9 from the three-point line, having his impact felt on the offensive side. And of course, 4 steals by just 𝐂𝐄𝐄. Hopefully I'm pronouncing that correctly. Yeah. There you go. He had himself 4 points, 2 blocks as well. So his impact being felt on the defensive side. And, you know, we always given Toledo his praise and his props for the offensive board. But let me give you an example as to why we do that. 16 rebounds for Toledo. Venezuela with 8. And look, yes, I understand it's because of the more missed opportunities from Venezuela, which helps with Toledo. But it just goes to show that a player on Brazil, Toledo, had a 2-to-1 ratio advantage against Brazil.
Yeah, you just need to send in someone closer to him to really kind of go for those contests as well. Now that I play back the game in my mind, I can't really recall that many situations where Toledo had even any kind of real trouble to go for those offensive rebounds. He just uses the avatar advantage in his favor. Again, recall the fact that he had like 4 people against him and he just still went for the net.
Yeah, I mean, that's something that you don't get to kind of see often. And the other side, missed opportunities. We mentioned from the three-point line for Venezuela, 5 for 15. So definitely needs to increase that. Can't be shooting 33% from 3 and expect to win ball games, especially when your opponent is shooting better than 50%. As Brazil went 12 for 20 from the three-point line. Both of these teams knocked down the free throws as well. Just waiting for the games to go ahead and start. They're searching, so hopefully we will be good to go. But did I jinx it? I hope not, because I'm sure we all want to get to the grand finals and see what those teams are going to be looking like and see who we get to crown South American champions.
Absolutely. And I know the support is there behind the screens as well. Make sure to use hashtag eFIBAS3 when you're sharing your support across social media platforms for your favorite countries, for your favorite teams. Drop the flags in the chat as well as we head into game number 2 between Brazil and Venezuela. Brazil have been able to take a dominating scoreline on the first game. Now in your greens and in your whites is Venezuela looking to make the miracle run happen. If not this time, perhaps the next.
And it's going to be Brazil taking on Venezuela. Game 2 in round number 3 in this South America region. It's the last game of group play before we head to the grand finals. And it's going to be Venezuela that win the tip. Immediate pressure being placed by Brazil. Looking to create some turnovers early on, and they get the tip, but not the steal. Venezuela still has possession. Less than 10 seconds to work with on the shot clock. Brazil, another tip. Can't get the steal, though. That's twice in the same possession. Great contest coming in from them. Rebound secured by Brazil. Passing it all the way down, but the defense gets there to stop the 3. But the Brazilian team gets it the old-fashioned way. It's an and one. Looking to convert his 𝐂𝐄𝐄.
Yeah, and of course it's 𝐂𝐂𝐄𝐄, right? Like, of course it's 𝐂𝐂𝐄𝐄. The man who's scored more than 30 points in the previous game is the one to notably open things up here for Brazil. As Venezuela, you really want to start off nice and strong here. Obviously, that game kind of got out of hand previously, and they need to see if they can do it again. G puts up a huge three-pointer attempt, and even the adjustment there attempted as well, but it doesn't find its way. As the green 3 will for Brazil.
Quick response coming out from Brazil to start things out. But Venezuela looking for their first points in this game number 2. Nothing there. Wide open shot from Brazil in the left corner. And it's back-to-back-to-back 3-point plays one way or another. That puts Brazil up by 9, but I like this timeout that's being called by Venezuela. You want to go ahead and kill the momentum a little bit that Brazil's currently on if you want any chance to just even make this a competitive ball game. They've called the timeout. Now what did they come up with to get some points up on the board for them? Kicks it out to the left side. It's Panda. Met with the defender, getting bumped around. Has a pick, looking for some space. Goes inside, attacks. Oh my goodness. Not sure how he finished at the rim, but he did. And that's a 2-point layup for Venezuela.
Yeah, that's a confidence play just coming out of Panda, really feeling the game there. And another 3-pointer for Brazil. These just continuously start to pile up on top of each other. Bajacero had to be mindful of that 8-second violation. Nice drive from G there. I really want to see more of those, as I mentioned before the game started. 𝐂𝐄𝐄𝐓 with the 3 attempt again. This time not going to be precise enough. Ball handed over quickly to Frey. Bajacero is there as well, right-hand side corner. Pulls up close. Beautiful pause there as well, but the rebound is there for the defense.
Swings it to the right side. That shot doesn't go. Toledo! 2-on-1. Not a problem. Toledo with the rebound. Toledo with the assist. Man, it's going to be interesting and fun to watch Toledo play against the other bigs from other regions if they go ahead and advance, as that's a steal. Taken away from Brazil. Stopping, popping. They can't get the 3 to go, though.
Bajacero has an opportunity to answer quickly as well. Can't get it. G there, though, with the offensive rebound. Hands it over to Frey. G under the rim. Tries to get the ball, but it's Vital again in the middle of it all. Hands it over to 𝐂𝐄𝐄𝐓. Toledo comes in for the screen. 𝐂𝐄𝐄𝐓 doesn't pull up the 3 just yet. Toledo open to the net. Slightly too late on that pass. We'll have to give it over to 𝐂𝐄𝐄𝐓. 𝐂𝐄𝐄𝐓, easy 2 for him. 16-4.
You can see the different types of plays that Brazil's calling. It looked like there was going to be a slip, but once you had Toledo kind of stuck in near the free throw line, they called a cut from the right corner to get him out of that jam. Expect a lot of those type of plays when we possibly watch them in the grand finals. Rebound secured, kicks it out to the left, and that one's good.
Yeah, good job from Frey as well. He was ready all day to take that shot. Good comms, I'm sure. So 𝐂𝐄𝐄𝐓 finds himself wide open to the net, is able to put up a 3-pointer of his own very quickly. So no real chance still for Venezuela to kind of break the momentum that Brazil has gained yet again. Panda needs to be careful again. Beautiful pause from him, but it's going to be blocked and a violation called. It's out of bounds of Venezuela's ball. I feel like that was also close to a 3-second violation there. So good job on getting the release. Now, with 2 seconds remaining on the clock, Bajacero has to take the shot. It's Jay. A difficult contested shot, and it doesn't find its way. But 𝐂𝐄𝐄𝐓 finds the 3.
Just like 3 seconds. That's all they needed. Brazil from rebound to 3. 22-7. Nice little cut, and denied at the rim, though, is by Brazil. Just continuing to have their presence felt on the defensive end. Let's see if they're able to get another stop. Venezuela. You can see they're not respecting the 3 from the big man at all. As the big fella's down low in the paint for Brazil, they go ahead and miss that shot. That's got to be out of bounds, and it is.
That was
and Brazil's playing at a higher pace than they did in that game 1, by the way.
Yeah, you know, the kind of wishful thinking with that long pass, thinking it's going to reach its destination. So an opportunity here for Venezuela. From the free throw line, pulls up, but changes his mind at the final second. And ball again in the hands of Vital. Alley-oop attempt. Can't finish it off. As the buzzer beats. And the second quarter begins. 𝐂𝐄𝐄𝐓 with the ball. Vital to his right-hand side. It's 𝐂𝐄𝐄𝐓 to pull up for 3. Finds it. Nice high arch.
In game number 1, you had Brazil that scored 18 points in the first quarter, 8 points for Venezuela. For this game number 2, it was 22-7. So it's only getting wider and wider of a gap in favor of Brazil as we enter game number 2, second quarter for game number 2, that is. As that one doesn't go. Venezuela now bounce pass to the left side. Cheeky gets it to count.
Was that Frey again? I missed the name. I think it was Frey from the corner. That should be his second. Yeah, that should be his second 3-pointer of the game so far. 19 seconds on the clock, though. 𝐂𝐄𝐄𝐂 looking for that open 3 again. Finds it as well. And nails the shot. 28-10. 18 points for Brazil. Not taking into account previous game's score.
Trying to find some movement here. The right corner was left open, and Venezuela gets a shot. They're continuing to fight. They don't want to just give up on this game. Oh, you just can't give up those easy opportunities as Toledo kicks it over to the right side, gets the 2 to go. Once again, the big fella getting some assists off of those offensive rebounds is Toledo. Venezuela looking to set up their offense. A bit of a confusion as to who's supposed to be where as the corners weren't in the right spot. And Brazil takes advantage. That's the right spot. That's a 3. 33-13. 3:15 left to go in the second.
Yeah, and I mean, look, 𝐂𝐄𝐄𝐂 has 19 points out of the 33 that Brazil has to his name. That just goes to show how very quickly just a single player's accuracy can change the game in your favor. It's 𝐂𝐄𝐄𝐂 again with the 3 attempt, and again it's green.
It's just too easy. It is just too easy for Brazil right now as Venezuela just isn't getting back on the defensive side fast enough to stop these quick threes. Calls a cut. Look at that. Even though they converted, you had 2 Brazilian defenders in the paint. That's always good to see from a team that we'll see in the grand finals.
Yeah, you know,
oh my goodness.
As we said, Brazil really are, apart from playing beautiful, accurate basketball, they're also not leaving anything up to chance. They're there for the rebounds. They're there on the quick turnovers. It's just pace, pace, pace with them. And the synergy, as you mentioned, you know, these guys have played together for quite a while now, at least the majority of them. And you cannot understate the value of good team chemistry, apart from the fact that they're playing shoulder to shoulder in person right now, but also just the fact that, like, you know, you get to know your players and your teammates so much that you kind of actually don't even need to have that much communication going on. You kind of know and what to expect from your teammate.
Yeah, at that point, it's just kind of like muscle memory. You know that in certain situations, certain teammates like to do certain things that have worked. You also talk about it in your pregame calls, as that's another steal from Brazil. Surprised they didn't want to just alley-oop it to himself, but they take the easy 2. And it's 43-17. Yeah, right? That's probably what it is. That is definitely what it is.
Oh. Unfortunately, that one just slightly too much to the right-hand side. 𝐂𝐄𝐄𝐂 pops it over to 𝐂𝐄𝐄𝐂. Play is going to be reset. Still a minute and a couple of seconds on top to go before halftime. 𝐂𝐄𝐄𝐂 with the ball. Toledo ready to go for the rebound. 𝐂𝐄𝐄𝐂 pulls up for the open 3 and make sure it counts. 46-17.
Venezuela, 1 more minute left to go in the second quarter. Trying to get it inside, but there's a defender right there for the Brazilian squad. Takes the shot, fades away for the 2. Nothing there. Look at Brazil. Bad catch animation. Doesn't go. Venezuela with it now. See how many Brazilian defenders you have right there on that fast break opportunity? That one goes out of bounds, by the way, stays with Venezuela. But you already had at least 2, if not 3 defenders getting back on the defensive side. And that's something that separates the good teams from the great ones, is to limit those transition baskets.
And again, that's like the coaching staff's work. I'm sure that you make sure that's drilled into the players, just like routine thing kind of they do, right? Like you don't want to have a team in a situation where they have to call for that. That just needs to be the default.
Gets it to the right side, wide open. Oh, the disrespect, by the way, to not even try to close out, and then they miss.
Martins from under the rim. Doesn't make it the first time, but good recovery there. That looked funny.
Just as if he was just waiting for the defense to come and contest it. Final seconds. Calls a cut. Venezuela get the slam dunk. 2.5. We've seen Brazil get a 3 off with a second on the clock. What can they do here? The shot's up. Doesn't matter. Doesn't go. But a dominating performance from Brazil.
Absolutely. I mean, with those 2.5 seconds remaining and seeing Toledo getting the ball, I was kind of expecting him to go for the three-pointer there. But perhaps he'll entertain us in the second half, as the first one definitely heavily favored for Brazil. If we add to the point differential, the points after the previous game as well, Brazil are really looking to set a precedent. And it's Toledo with a far two. But it doesn't make it count, and Frey finds the fast turnover play.
Between games 1 and 2, I mean, Brazil has scored more points in this first half than they did in game 1's first half. And on the other end, Venezuela has scored less points in this game 2 first half than they did in that game 1 first half. So the teams are, going, Venezuela is going the opposite direction that they would have liked coming into this game number 2.
And that just kind of goes to show as well how much Brazil still can expand upon their own plays, right? Like, I'm just speaking pure pace-wise. Given the accuracy that they have, they can allow themselves to go for shots basically off the back of a single pass and not be afraid of them being even contested. Good job from Jay there, trying to go for that rebound. Despite that, though, Clamps will be with the ball now as he finds himself open to the net. Attempts the three. Toledo there with the rebound. Vital now with the attempt from the corner. Finds it. 34-point lead for Brazil. Panda. Oh, it looked like that's going to go through.
To the left side, it's Brazil with the open shot. They knocked that one down. And, I'm just curious what Argentina is game planning at the moment. What is on their minds?
I mean, I'm gonna keep it real with you. If I was Argentina watching, I'd be like, oh man, what are we gonna do against this?
You just can't have. Okay, right. I was supposed to say was you can't have turnovers.
Yeah, for sure. Well, that's for one. Second, you need to be very, very mindful on the inbounds. Looking how active Brazil is going for those steals. Positioning-wise as well, not that many errors.
Yeah.
But, I really feel like the cut-in plays might be an answer here because Venezuela have been able to successfully execute a few of those. And Argentina are no stranger to cut-in plays. So perhaps a bit more focus on that, at least to alleviate the pressure from the three-point line. Make sure that defense is forced to step back a bit more.
I think we'll have to rely on dribbling to kind of be more impactful on the offensive side for sure. We'll have to see what they're able to do on the offensive end as a team collectively.
Well, Brazil now up by, what is my math saying, 38 points. Venezuela look to get across the 30 if they can. 2 minutes to go in the third quarter. Bajacero holding on to it. Attempted to pass it over to G in the paint, but can't make it happen. It's Clamps again. And surprisingly, doesn't make it happen, but does get the rebound off the back of the hands of Vital. Vital on fire as well. Pulls up from the corner. And it's just simply out of bounds. So clean defensive play. Felt like that would be another and one opportunity. Toledo with the three finds it. There we go. That's what I was asking for.
I need that for all 7.5 minutes left. We need to call this like it's the world. Never mind. Backcourt violation. It's not the World Finals. I take it back.
You think there hasn't been a backcourt violation in World Finals? I'm sure.
Not like that.
Not
Not like that. Not like that. Toledo. Don't know if he's got a 3 in his bag, but the team wanted him to take it anyway. Venezuela, long 2 goes. To the right corner. Brazil. Great job of Venezuela. And right when you say that, they just give up the easy 3 off the corner. And now they've got 69-27 and a minute left to go.
Did you manage to spot how many points 𝐂𝐄𝐄 has now? Because I feel like he should be close to that 30 again. He had 31 in the previous game, so let's see if he can improve on that further on, because he's had quite the impact so far. That being said, though, the ball simply evades Venezuela for now. It's Vital there to recover it. Toledo close by as well as needed.
No way.
Very far. Whoa, sinks it.
Wow. What a deep shot coming in from Brazil. They're continuing to pile it on the offensive end.
Yeah, that was closer to the midcourt line than the arch.
Oh, easily.
Well, Venezuela do find the 3, so they get to 30 points as the third quarter is approaching its final seconds. I see another 3-pointer from him. Back-to-back plays, 75-30.
75-30. Possible last possession for Venezuela if they want to hold on to it. They dish it out, bailout pass from the right corner. That one gets it to go. Icy. About 7 seconds to work with. Takes another deep shot. He knocks another big one. This time with a hand in his face, but it doesn't matter. And that is one of the big reasons that Brazil is up so much. 78-33. And that's the way the third quarter ends.
I'm telling you, man, with shots like that, it's hard to say that Brazil can do anything wrong at this stage. Bajacero, though, does find G wide open. First 7 seconds, easy 2 points. I love the pace. I love the usage of the opportunity as well. Toledo comes in for a screen, gets the pass. And instead it's going to be Vital from the right-hand side corner. Shockingly misses. He usually nails these, but might have a second chance. Redemption, it's good.
81-36 is Venezuela. This will be the last game that they will play here in the group stage. The last 4 minutes, they turn it over. It's Brazil. Which way are they going to go? All the way to the left. Toledo, the big man, can't get the 3 to drop. Slightly fast on the tempo. It's Venezuela. Gets it on the slip for the dunk.
She gets the 2 at least. I think that was Martins to get the 3 for Brazil. So far, fast turnovers from either side. Vizla from under the net is going to be stopped. Kicks it back over to Frey. Frey can't find an open line just yet. Martins comes in to see if he can perhaps get that ball out of Bajacero's hands. 6 seconds on the shot clock, though. This is going to be a contested one. It's actually going to be a lost ball, and it's going to be Venezuela's. 30 seconds on the shot clock. What's the play here? Let's see how Brazil reacts in a situation like this as well. Just looking for that prediction, but still finds the 3 opening. Nails it.
Now, see, if you're Brazil, I know that's something that they don't want to happen. Yes, obviously this game is a blowout. There's no chance for Venezuela to come back. But not just in the grand finals, but in other scenarios, you cannot give up a 3 like that off of the left corner with 3 seconds to work with on the offensive end, right? You got to play better defense than that. They had a defender there with a hand in his face, but you got to still be able to close out to the point where you can't let them make it as they return the favor for the 3. But that's something to keep an eye on. I'm sure Coach Nick is looking at that as well in those scenarios where the defense just needs to play better. Oh, another steal there for Brazil as they get the easy slam the other way.
I really feel like that was just a pass to Martins, not even a steal at this stage.
Like,
At
hey,
least
man,
it
you
looked
want
like it. It's just surprise.
Would you like this one? Yeah,
Yeah.
right.
Let's see if Brazil can improve on their scoreline. Pace-wise, they're on par. Was that Toledo? Oh no, that was Martins. I really thought Toledo went for a huge sinker like that. Fizzle though, there with the defensive rebound. Back over to Panda. Panda from the elbow kicks it back out behind the arch. And Venezuela do get the 3. Still 2 minutes and 10 seconds to go before the end of the game. As I mentioned, Venezuela would need to win by roughly 50 points. Unfortunately here, almost trailing by as much.
Back over to the left, and that one's out of bounds. Oh, that's
What?
That's a foul. It's gonna be a shooting one. There's
How?
no way.
I need to
There's
talk to the
no
ref. I
way.
need to talk to the ref.
You can just see it on the face of Venezuela. You want to talk about rubbing salt on the wound? That's one way to do it.
Come on. Well, one more basket, and Brazil will be able to up their own scoreline from the previous game. Bajacero with the ball, stopped near the mid-court line. Martins really not letting go on the defense there. Wants to exert maximum amount of pressure, and he even gets the steal as well. Beautiful stuff from him. Clamps available on the left-hand side. Vitao holding on to it for now. Fake pumps the pass, and over to Toledo to get the dunk.
Slinging it over to the left side to Panda. Panda over to the right. Alley-oop attempt. That one's taken away from... Oh, did they call... Oh, they're quitting out of there, it seems.
That might have been just a drop connection. Again, this is online. Vitao, though, does get the 3. 97-43. Toledo went there for the steal. Touched the ball, so it's still Venezuela's possession.
That's a great out. Excuse me there. That's a great out for the point guard from Venezuela. That's the first time that we've seen, at least here in the South America region, possibly even in the Africa region games that we've called, that someone has been graded out. So that last steal that Brazil got, graded out the point guard for Venezuela. Yikes.
Well, it had to happen at some point.
But that's how many steals Brazil's gotten.
No,
right?
but that's what I'm
15.
saying. Like, it's crazy.
15 steals
more
for
than
Brazil.
the previous game. More than
Oh,
the
for
previous
sure.
game. They had
Easily.
11 in the previous one. 15 now, and the game's not even over yet. There's still half a minute remaining, and it's going to be Clamps wide open to the net. Finds the 2, and it's 102-43. A very one-sided affair in favor of Brazil. And just showing why they are considered the absolute favorites of the region.
105-43. Believe this might be the first time that someone in the South America region has crossed the 100-point mark. We had Morocco, I believe, do it in the Africa region.
Oh, yeah,
Get over to the left. Toledo can't finish at the rim, but that's the way it finishes. It's celebrations all around for Brazil as they remain undefeated in the South America region. A convincing victory from them as they dominated from the opening tip till the final buzzer. Brazil, 15-plus steals. That's how you make a statement on the defensive end.
I need to see how many points Clamps also had after that second game. 31 in the first, and I feel like it's the whole yards with the whole 40 in the second because it's crazy. Even Toledo was able to put up a three-pointer. I'm very happy for that. So overall, Brazil, of course, showing a great display of skill. That being said, though, there were those few notable moments that I'm sure, as you said, the coach is going to take note of. The fact that there's like a 3-second inbound play happening and successfully ends up with the opposing side getting 3 points. That's one thing to think about. Put that play in the context of the grand finals against Argentina. It might cost you the game. So those are still things that need to be worked upon. But overall, Brazil, really, I love the fact that they're some might be inclined to hold back in a game like this, whereas Brazil are really just making sure that they have the pace really nailed down to the dot and really have that synergy going into the grand finals that are going to take place in a few moments. Before that, though, we'll see if we can get actually a call in from Venezuela, hopefully, and hear a bit more from them how the prep work was happening heading into this, knowing the amount of work ahead of them.
And you got to give props to Venezuela. You got to give props to Uruguay as well, as both of these countries went ahead and put up a good fight. You know, it's all about just continuing to play as much as you possibly can to get more reps ready to go. And let's hear from Venezuela themselves. You know, and I know the night hasn't gone the way that you would have liked, but we welcome you to, you know, to the broadcast here. We appreciate your time. Just describe your emotions for me right now.
Yeah, I mean, we knew we were playing against the best. You know, Brazil's top of the group. They're absolutely unstoppable. They're pretty good. We tried our best either way. We went outside tonight to have some fun. You know, keep the team together. No, we're not trying to stop playing together. We're trying to get a little bit better. Sadly, we couldn't keep together after last season, but this season we surely are. We're more of a team, more like a family. So yeah, I mean, tonight was just more of like, you know, being more friendly and making everything better.
Yeah, and you mentioned the fact that you feel like you're more of a family. Can you take us slightly behind the scenes as to like what you guys are doing together outside of the game to continue working on that synergy?
Yeah, so well, we have like a group chat on our phones. We talk almost every day. You know, we try to help each other. We don't only play 2K. Some of us, you know, just go on the chat to talk for a little bit. We also have some time together, as in we play on other games, maybe some Call of Duty and stuff like that. But you know, just to try to spend some time, some bonding. It helps a lot when you're in the court.
Absolutely.
I've got two questions for you. The first one is a serious one. What advice do you have for the team that'll play Brazil in the grand finals?
They surely have to be the best at defense. They're all great shooters. So when it comes to the shooting, and then if you lock them down in the shooting, they'll start cutting a lot. So you gotta have like a balance. You gotta be well around in the five.
All right, last one, and you can't lie. You're on camera. You're under oath. Do you always clean your bed and make your bed like that, or just because you knew you were going to be on camera?
All the time. And you so I'm honest. It's not fully made, you know.
I love it. Well, hey, appreciate you being a good sport. Really appreciate your time here today. Best of luck, and we'll hope to see you in future tournaments.
Sure thing. You guys have a good one. All right.
All right, take care, my man. What a great guy. I love it.
Absolutely. I love the vibes. And you know the chemistry is good, you know, when you have players like that on the team, and the guys are very thoughtful about what kind of vibes they're going into with the games, and they understand who they're going up against. You clearly knew that they knew what kind of strong suits are on the side of Brazil, and that's just something that they're going to be looking towards to. Now, let's take a quick look back, though, from round one. We kicked things off yesterday with Argentina taking the win, then Brazil securing the W in that first round. Second round, pretty much same story. Brazil winning again their match. Uruguay was able to take a win. And today, though, Argentina starting things off strong with a win of their own. Brazil finishing things off very strong. And that means that in the grand finals, it's going to be Brazil against Argentina in a best of three. No more point differentials. It's just about winning those games.
We have played so many games, so many rounds. It all comes down to the grand finale, best of three series between Brazil taking on Argentina. It's going to be a great one. And of course, we may also have a couple of different scenarios that we can talk about as well later on. But that'll do it for this round robin type of scenario. But we'll be taking a quick break. We'll be back in about 10 minutes or so, and then we will call the grand finals. It's Argentina. It's Brazil. It's a grand finals to see who makes it out of the South America region and gets invited to the Philippines to participate in the World Finals. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
I swear for you, I run the world, I'd run the miles. The way you look at me, I think I'm going insane. It's crazy how we started out to what the love became. You need me, say my name. Don't ever hesitate. It's 2 a.m. outside when I'm with you, I feel way too high. going crazy, baby. I just need to know that you will stay, please, yeah. With you I feel too high. Oh, I feel too high. Yeah, it's going on with you. I feel high. Hey, yeah, it's going on with you. I feel way too high. Yeah, you got me going crazy, stone cold up, but my blood keeps crazy. Ay, if you run, then I'm chasing. Girl, you number one. I know that you know you're amazing. Okay, I swear you got me high, and I ain't talking about no drugs. So all I need is you. I swear your love is like my plug. Hey, baby, I might come and steal your heart. I'll make a crime scene, designer on your tight jeans, some diamonds for your timepiece. Yeah, yeah. You know you got me going crazy, baby. I just need to know that you will stay, please, yeah. It's 2 a.m. outside. When I'm with you, I feel way too high. I feel way too high. When I'm with you, it's 2 a.m. outside. With you, I feel too high. Oh, I feel too high. Yeah, it's going on with you. I feel high. Hey, yeah, it's going on with you. I feel way too high. You are feeling high. You are feeling high. You are feeling high. You are feeling high.
I don't need you up in my face right now. I don't need you up in my way right now. I don't need you up in my face right now. I don't need you up in my way right now. In the moment that it happened, I can tell by your reaction that there's nowhere left for you to hide. With all these things you kept inside, so we face it and determine as of right now it's not working. So just leave me by myself tonight. I need some space to clear my mind. I said it's okay, so much that I won't say. Miss me with your games, guarantee you that I won't play. Tryna live this thing out, you ain't what I need now. Balling off a rebound, you can't touch the team now. All of the time, you took my mind into a place I couldn't stand. So won't you just leave me by myself tonight? Leave me alone. I don't need you up in my face right now. I don't need you up in my way right now. I don't need you up in my face right now. I don't need you up in my way right now.
Yeah, I can tell the truth, but I just keep it suppressed. Harder to be humble when they feel you the best. Harder to believe it when they say you were next. All your business pushing past you while you waiting in mess. Crazy I do lately, why I'm feeling so bad. We two different systems, I may need a reset. Things my pops had never taught me, let me in stress. I've been praying for forgiveness for decisions and get no space. I need a way, I need to pray, I need to escape, I need to read, I need a thing, I need His grace. Cyber please, I need my space, I need a way, I need a break, I need to escape, I need to read, I need a thing. I need this gray. Sorry, but I don't need you up in my face right now. I don't need you up in my way right now. I don't need you up in my face right now. I don't need you up in my way right now.
Instincts going no, looking bad like a bat with an eye patch. All black through the woods with a backpack and a lit match. Spark one time, get the whole city looking like a dark shade of orange when I burn it down. What it is, what it do, whole clique getting live on the talk of the town. Let my city had a mouth and it wouldn't shut up. On a hunt for a crown, when they get it, I'ma burn it, cause nobody in the game right now even deserve it. What I need a crown for anyway, I should have a halo the way that I made a penny turn to gold. And a penny for your thoughts, I bet a penny for your soul. You know you want the riches and the money and the fame, so take a bite of the fruit if you choose. Let the juice drip down, then it wait to a pile full of gold. In a house up on a lake, 10 holes on the grapes, new clothes, and a row full of J's and 11 in the garage. Looking like a zoo in here, whole crew in here. What it do in here? Think I lost my mind. Loose screw in here, then I walk outside. And everybody looking at me while I got them all in my sights. Picking them off, taking them out, looking like daylight in the night. And I'm killing so many if they really wanna get involved. And everybody falling from the elevator, now I'm bright rice in this. It's like I'm rice and take a bite, it's nice. And I have a nice time with it. By the time that it finds the way to the right side of him, not even a Heimlich can save him. A selective finger to you imbeciles. Tell me what's been getting into you, envy will kill you. She said I'm a gentleman, I admit a lot of women set up on my ottoman. I don't give a damn, like an auto with no time to kill. I've been feeling like the opposite of work, it's a work. And it never been a purposeful thing to me. I just do what I love and it works for me. So I'm freaking every check, I put the money in the push. I'm ready to be gunning to the finish and the getting of it. But everybody know I'm working in the sea, I do it differently. So only time will give me everything that I deserve, my id.
I just bought a new whip. Spend a couple thousand just to cruise it. Shawty said she love me, but I swear she'll never prove it. I never tell her, but I put it in the music. Well, that's okay. All I wanna do is make the best of my whole day. Thank the Lord up above, get the cream on the side, make you laugh to know it. That's the stuff that I love, la, la, da, da, da. We can be friends if you wanna. We could just talk if you wanna. We could hold hands if you wanna. Hey, tell me what you wanna do. We could just laugh if you wanna. Late nights under stars if you wanna. We could just kiss if you wanna. Hey, tell me what you wanna do. It's like the story of my life. Best friends, but we rocking all the same things. Say you need me, but you really tryna change lanes.
I know that they watching me, trying to figure me out. Like, what's my life like? Am I committed to vow? Perception is relying on what you trained your sight like. So what you see is whatever gets permitted.
Welcome back to eFIBA season number 3, where over 60 countries across 7 different regions are competing for 8 spots for the World Finals that will be played in the Philippines come December. Tonight, all the action is for the South America region. For the past 48 hours, we've seen over four countries go ahead and try to compete for the spot to get out of South America. And now we get down to the grand finals. My name is Andy. You've got my man B as well. B, we've got from South America, Brazil taking on Argentina. It should be a good one, but let's also talk about the 7 different regions and kind of break that down for folks as well, how it all works.
Absolutely. So during the regional qualifiers, the players are playing from the comforts of their homes. Therefore, we had to divide everyone into regions because, online, internet lag, latency, there's things like that in play here. And let's have a closer look at the first region. That is Middle East. We had 3 countries participating, and it was Saudi Arabia again, second year in a row that been able to come out on top and secure their slot in the grand finals. That's going to be taking place in the 11th and 12th of December.
And then, of course, we will go ahead and head on over to Asia. You can't have an event in the Philippines and not have the Philippines play in it.
Yeah.
As they went ahead and earned the spot. Indonesia tried to make it a close one, but it was the Philippines that went ahead and eked it out, as they will go ahead and play in the World Finals as well. And then we go ahead and check out Oceania, where it was New Zealand taking on Guam, and they go ahead and come out with the dub. They've been to Sweden last year, so we'll see if they're able to do better this time around. They've got a lot of young talent that'll be looking to show up and show out there. And then we'll come on back to North America, where the defending champions in the United States are still standing, but it'll be the Cayman Islands, Dominican Republic, and Mexico that'll look to pull off the upset and be the ones that go to the Philippines. And then we get to South America, the region that we're all focused on here today. We've already figured out that it's going to be Argentina and Brazil that'll play in the grand finals here today. And we'll find out momentarily who moves on from them. But let's go to Europe, the biggest region that we have.
Europe, so many countries, the ones that are grayed out, didn't get through the pre-qualifying rounds, but the ones that are remaining are as follows: Belgium, Croatia, Finland, France, Germany, Great Britain, Switzerland, Spain, and Hungary, Israel, Italy, Turkey, Poland, Sweden, Portugal, and Serbia. One of, if not the most competitive regions that we have currently in Season 3. One more region to cover, though, and that is Africa, which also has already concluded. And what some might consider to be an upset, Algeria was able to come out on top and secure their place in the finals. But let's not forget that apart from the talent on the court, we have talent behind the screen. That is myself in India, but also Vince and Chris, who we're going to see more of next week when we kick things off with NA.
Should be a lot of fun. And of course, always a great time to catch up with those guys. But let's again recap what the prize pool is for. Again, 8 countries are going to go ahead and make it to the Philippines. We've already figured out who the 4 of them are: Saudi Arabia, New Zealand, Algeria, and the Philippines. And then we need to figure out the remaining 4. One of them we will figure out here tonight, which is South America. Then, of course, once we know the 8 countries that are going to the Philippines, they will compete for the prize pool of $50,000. A slice of that, of course, goes to the winner of that tournament, but everything else gets spread around as well. Should be a lot of fun. But now we want to make sure that you guys that are watching at home are involved in the broadcast as well. So let us know where you're watching from, which team you're representing. If you've got any gear, the flags, whatever the case may be, go ahead and let us know, tag us, but make sure you also use hashtag eFIBAS3 so that we can go ahead and catch your tweets and engagement as well. It should be a lot of fun. We're just a few moments away from Brazil taking on Argentina. It's a matchup from last year's grand finals. It's a rematch from yesterday's group play as well. What are you expecting in this best of 3?
I think Venezuela summed it up pretty good. For Argentina coming into this, one of the things they need to gain control of is Brazil's shooting positions, and then afterwards look out for those cut-in plays, because that's like kind of their default fall-off position. That being said, though, Brazil definitely has come to play today and have come to play high-scoring games. You need to hold tabs onto Clamps. He scored 31 points in game number 1 of round number 3 and then dropped a 40 bomb in game number 2. So the man just simply does not miss. So that's at least something that Brazil might try to utilize a bit more. And then, of course, you cannot discard or discount someone like Toledo. He's had such a huge impact being up close in the paint. That being said, though, I do feel like he might be challenged a bit more now going up against Argentina. Do you feel like Argentina, looking at how quickly Brazil has been able to close down point gaps, if they start off strong, will they be able to hold on to that lead? Because it's not about like the point differentials anymore. It's just about winning the game.
Absolutely, and that's because they've done that in the past, right? Brazil has played Argentina many times, and they've been down at the half. They've been down headed into the third quarter, and they've been able to come back and hold on to the lead as well. So it's an amazing time if you're Brazilians, because you have the confidence that even if you are behind, that you're able to come back because of the offensive power that you have and because of the defensive rotations on that end as well. And, you know, it's just a good way to kind of have your confidence. So if you're Argentina, not only do you need to get off to the fast start, but you need to make sure that you're able to adjust and always be on point to not go ahead and shoot yourselves in the foot, because the Brazilian squad is always there lurking. And again, we mentioned it before, but you see the huddle break from Brazil, that camaraderie, that chemistry, that energy that you feel when you're playing in person next to your brother that is fighting for the same things they are. It's huge. It's a big advantage. But at the end of the day, it's what happens on the court. And can that be translated? Will Argentina, no matter what cards they believe they have been dealt, will they be able to secure 2 wins against a juggernaut in South America that is Brazil?
Well, if we know anything from the finals that took place just a couple of days ago between Morocco and Algeria, we know that this should be a very close affair. And I'm expecting, you know, like a maximum of 5-point leads heading one way or the other. Otherwise, if anyone's going to be able to accumulate more, I feel like they might start to try and run away with this. And, you know, again, I love digging into the player service and just had another look at what Argentina is saying about themselves and their opponents. And dribbling specifically mentioned clamps. So I'm expecting it's going to be a bit of a clash in the points department between these two. Dribbling as well showed himself off today, being very precise from the 3-point line and continuously finding those openings. Well, he's been very good on the rotation, trying to get that open lane to the net. One thing that I'm also keen to see for how it's going to pan out is like how good the ball rotation is going to be, because Brazil has been able to put up very fast, precise passes, and that's something that Argentina will have to keep in mind.
And, you know, something else, of course, is going to be the offensive rebounds, the defensive rebounds, the boards, as we've seen Toledo just continuously dominate opponents down low in the paint. Is that going to continue here, or is Argentina going to have an answer to limit those opportunities for Brazil? It's game number 1. Best of 3 series in the South America region is Brazil taking on the 2nd seed in Argentina, as Argentina is going to go ahead and win the tip. A bit of a different camera angle, I feel, a bit lower than what we might be used to, as they get the quick bucket from the left cut. 2-0 lead for Argentina.
Nice and early, nice and fast. Within the time, within 10 seconds, Argentina able to score. Toledo fake pumps the 3. Instead, it's going to be Martins to go for the attempt. It's going to be out of bounds, though, and it's Argentina's ball. Martins was the last to touch. So Argentina get a chance to expand upon that lead and see if they can double up, or perhaps even get a 3-pointer. Lil moving with the ball, will find his way behind the back of Martins. His dribblings to pull up with a far 2-pointer that unfortunately doesn't go through, and Icy quickly is going to be stopped with a clear path foul. Lil moving, unfortunately, is slightly overzealous on that one, as Icy does get the first, nails the second.
Quick way to go ahead and respond back. Here's Brazil. Working out from the left side. Great way for Argentina to close the gap, but look at the swing coming in from the right side, but the patience from Toledo to get the defender in the air with the pump fake and gets the 2. But you got to commend Argentina to make him at least think about how to get the basket. The rotation was great from the right corner, and that's what you got to keep up all the time with this Brazilian team.
Martins as well tried to go for the steal there, foul called. And a lot of this, I think, is going to be also off the back of how successful can Jord be with those offensive rebounds. You know, Toledo is always there. Jord, though, comes in with the screen now for Lil Movin. Lil Movin finds himself open. Short pass over to dribbling from the free throw line. He gets the 2 and evens out the scoreboard.
See if you have Brazil that's able to go ahead and take the lead. Swinging it over, calls a wrap. Cutting inside, goes ahead and attacks the rim. Not a defender in sight as he was behind him. Gets the easy dunk.
truly has been silent for now. Hands it over to Lil Movin. Movin, sharp pass over to Giuli, dribbling close by as well. Open to go for the rim. Kicks it back out over to Jordi, dribbling with the ball. 2 seconds to shoot. A beautiful attempt, and the rebound is there from Jord.
Just a lot of chaos there because it looked like he had an open shot at the top of the key, but he passes it right back out. And then they were just trying to make something happen from a broken play. They're lucky and fortunate enough to go ahead and get the offensive board. Right there, tried to set an off-ball screen, but that shot doesn't go. Brazil with the rebound now, slowing things down, getting it to the point guard, 𝐂𝐇𝐄𝐂. 𝐂𝐶. Trying to play it from the left side. Looks to attack the rim. That's how he scored the last time out, but the defense is right in front of him this time around. They call a fake cut, goes back to the right, resetting it back to Toledo. 𝐂𝐶 once again trying to cut from the right, and there's Clamps. Tries to take it inside. Tip ball. Argentina with the rebound now. Great defense on the rotation side from Argentina.
Oh, absolutely. You can see that Argentina have been preparing for this game specifically. Keeping close by at all times. Nice attempt, slightly over, and now Clamps left open for the three. He nails these always. 9-4.
A right cut from Argentina. They got it the first time around, but the rotation from Brazil made it a tough shot at the paint, and Brazil got the board and got the three from the left. What does Argentina do here? Tries to get it to the right, swinging it back outside to dribbling. Dribbling once again, calls a cut. Toledo tries to defend the left shot, but he can't get there in time, and Brazil makes it a one-possession ball game. Toledo brings it up, looking for the reset. Gets it over to the right side. 𝐂𝐶, dangerous pass, but they secure possession. Pick and roll action from the right. There's the slip. Great rotations again coming from Argentina as they cover that left corner pass very well. 𝐂𝐶, 4 seconds to work with. Got to get it up top. 𝐂𝐶 to 𝐂𝐶, and that's a three-point shot from the top of the key. Argentina played 23 seconds of great defense, but that final second cost him a deep three.
Yeah, you know, it doesn't look like they feel even pressured given the fact that there's only a single second remaining. Dribbling, though, from the left-hand side. Hash will find George to get the dunk. And still, a three-pointer ahead is Brazil. On the offensive now. 𝐂𝐶 over to Toledo. Toledo takes a stop near the arch. Hands it back over to 𝐂𝐶. 𝐂𝐶 holding on to it for now. You can see Jord very active on the defense, keeping tabs on Toledo. 𝐂𝐶 almost loses the ball. 7 seconds to shoot. Someone needs to make a play. Clean block, but Toledo is there to recover. And Clamps with an open three. Unfortunately, can't make it happen.
You got to go to knock down those open three-point shots here in the grand finals. They've got the lead until Jord decides to tie it up with a three of his own. Tied up at 12 apiece. 28 seconds left in the first. About 4 seconds separating the shot clock and the game clock. It's Brazil with the ball. Dribbling. Gets hit with an off-ball screen, but manages to stay in front. There's the shot. Great job by Toledo to secure the rebound, and he puts them up by 2.
13 seconds before the end of the first quarter. Argentina in possession. Let's see if they can even things out here. As Movin pulls up the 2, gets the 14 on the board. 1.6 to go. It has to be a pass and a shot. It's Toledo to take it. No, he doesn't even go for it. And it's an even game after the first quarter. That's exactly what we expect from grand finals. Let's see how things go on in the second quarter, as Giuli is going to be the one to get the steal. Hits the brakes near the hash. Defense all around, violation called. It's Brazil's ball out of bounds.
Yeah, Bigfoot there stepped out on the right side. I'm a little surprised Brazil didn't try to get a shot off with about 1.4 seconds left. Felt like they didn't have much to lose, but there's maybe something I'm missing. But nonetheless, tied up at 14. 𝐂𝐶 looking to regain the lead, and he does with the three from the left side. 𝐂𝐶 knocks down another one.
So far, just judging by the pace of the game, it does feel like that Brazil are in that commanding position, and it's Argentina kind of forced to answer. I'm very curious to see how the chemistry changes once that momentum shifts. But so far, it's dribbling with the ball, and he finds the cut to get the 2. A single-point game between these teams, and it's 𝐂𝐶 on the offensive. Kicks it over to Toledo. Difficult pass, could have lost that one. hits the brakes. Icy fake pumps it once, almost loses it, and pulls up a 2-pointer in transition.
See if Argentina is able to respond back. Down 3. So far, they're playing well. Much better this time around than they did in the group stage. Truly. Flares up. Moving. See if they call a bit of a cut, and they do, but nothing there. Smart decision to bring it back out if nothing was there. Moving. Deep 2, and they get it to drop. Something that I like from Argentina is that they're not forcing things. The premeditated plays aren't leading to premeditated shots and passes. They're reading, they're reacting. If something isn't there and it's early in the shot clock, they're pulling it back, and they're trying to go to plan B, C, and D. And so far, I think that's helping them stay in this ball game. Can they get a defensive stop, though? Can they go ahead and get a transition bucket to regain the lead? They're bumping him around. Oh, and that's a bad foul. Is it going to be a shooting one? It is, and they're going to head to the line. Shooting 2. This will be the first time, I believe, that Brazil is taking free throws here in this ball game, and they knocked down the first one. And the second one is good as well to make it a 3-point game.
Good things to come with basketball like this for both sides. That being said, though, Argentina ideally would like to open up with a 3-pointer. Finds Truly under the net. Double fake pumps it. Has to take it out. That clock is ticking. And 7 seconds on the shot clock. Moving. Hands it over to dribbling. Dribbling from the high elbow. Takes it out. A fadeaway, too. Doesn't go through.
You had the left corner defender that was guarding the flare up, and that's why he was able to contest a shot, or else he might have had an open one. Getting double teamed now is Icy as they go ahead and contest a shot there as well. It's Argentina with the rebound. Great job there to double up Icy and also get back to defend the 3. Here's moving. That's another contested shot. Doesn't go. Toledo with the rebound. And something else that you can notice is obviously with these two teams, they're not just chucking it as soon as they get the defensive rebound. As defense falls asleep for Argentina as the cut from the right side gets through for the basket. But both of these teams, as soon as they secure the defensive rebound, they're holding it. They're slowing it down, and they're looking to play the half-court offense versus looking for the transition buckets, because you don't want to give up the easy steals and turnovers and points the other way as that basket doesn't go.
Yeah, that looked like it had to go through any time today. Jordan, unfortunately, unable to finish things off. Icy on the offensive now, pulls up for the 3. It's not good. And Toledo can't make it happen as well. Jordan with the defensive rebound. Truly hard animation to recover from, but still holds on to the ball. 14 seconds on the shot clock. Hands it over to Lil Movin. Lil Movin with the 3. It's good. 23-21.
This is a type of back-and-forth ball game you love to see in the grand finals, and we're in for a good one because this is just game number 1. We'll have game number 2 after this one. Brazil, Toledo, slamming it home to get the lead once again extended. 1:18 left to go in the second quarter. Lil moving. Can we get it down to a couple of buckets, a couple of points here as Jordan from the right side dots the left. Toledo tries to get back in time, and he does just enough to cause a miss.
Toledo forced to slow down. Hands it back over to Icy. Less than a minute to go before halftime. Vitao pulls up a 3-pointer. Can't make it happen. Gets the ball again, but a foul called before that. So play reset. Martins hands it over to Icy. Martins takes the corner, goes under the net. Icy clamps now, finds himself open, even fake pumps it once. I felt like he could have gone for the shot there. Toledo comes in for a screen, can't find the opening. Now he gets it. It's Icy to drive it. 27-21, 35 seconds to go before halftime of Brazil. Correct me if I'm wrong, I think one of the biggest leads they've had so far.
Of course, they're trying to go ahead and cut into this deficit is Argentina, but they go ahead and miss that shot. Brazil has strung together a couple of good sets and a couple of good play calls so far in this one. We'll see what they draw up here. Basic pick and roll from the left side so far. But nothing yet so far for them. Got to go to box out, but who needs a box out when you can knock down shots like that? Brazil now has a 9-point lead. Argentina looking to get a shot up before half, and they get it up and they knock it down. 7-point lead now for Brazil here at the end of first half in game 1 of the grand finals in the South America region.
Yeah, all things considered, you know, Argentina pace-wise are definitely there. I feel like just a few more cut-in plays needed, and then it really would be an even game. So far, it feels like Brazil just has a slight upper hand, both pace-wise and looking for those openings. And of course, well, you can't miss out on that accuracy. If 𝐂𝐄𝐄𝐂 is left open like this opening things up with 3.
The big fella's got to go ahead and defend that three-point shot. You got to trust your teammates behind that they'll be able to rotate in time to cover the slip if there is one. Jord gets it over to Movin. Gets a cut from the right side. Nothing there. It's dribbling. Love the play call there. You had Argentina that had a cut from the right corner. It wasn't there, so they went back, and then the right hash went ahead and had a cut. With dribbling, able to convert it for an easy jam.
𝐂𝐄𝐄𝐂 though cannot be left open. Instead, it's going to be 𝐂𝐄𝐄𝐂 to pull up the 2. Misses it. Toledo there to recover, but it's Jord with a personal foul. Thank God, not a shooting one. You really don't want to give Brazil any more free points at this stage. Toledo back over to 𝐂𝐄𝐄𝐂. Toledo with the screen. 𝐂𝐂𝐄𝐄𝐂 finds himself open, kicks it back to Toledo, back out to 𝐂𝐂𝐄𝐄𝐂 from the 3-point line. What a combination to be played out here on the offensive. 36-25.
And they go ahead and get things going. They expand the lead, the biggest that we've seen so far, back in the double digits. But Argentina is well capable of cutting into this deficit. Jord can't do it right now, though.
𝐂𝐂𝐄𝐂
From the right
on the
side.
3-point line. Holding on to it for now. Martins are left open as well. 𝐂𝐄𝐄𝐂, though, has a lot of tension towards him. 5 seconds on the clock. Kicks it over to 𝐂𝐂𝐄𝐂. 𝐂𝐂𝐄𝐂 from the high elbow. Gives it to Martins, and it gets the 3. No, it rattles out, but 𝐂𝐂𝐄𝐂 there with the offensive rebound. Fake pumps it once, and it's Toledo to go for the slam. He misses.
Back-to-back times at the rim just hasn't been their friend as it doesn't go. But can Argentina take advantage of the missed opportunities? They get the open shot and they knock it down. And we're back into a single, less than 10 points between these two teams.
Single digits. That's what Argentina is looking at right now. And
That's
they
the
need to
word.
find a few of those 3-pointers. But, you know, Brazil is not offering anything up for free. That being said, though, Truly might find the 2-pointer. Good pause. Timeout called by Lil Movin.
As you can see from there, you've got 4 for 8 from Argentina and a lot more 3-point shots attempted from Brazil.
I mean,
as
look,
𝐂𝐂𝐄𝐂.
Yeah, sitting at 20.
Jord with the easy lay. Toledo from the right side, looking to reset it back over to 𝐂𝐂𝐄𝐂. 𝐂𝐂𝐂𝐂 gets it down low, and no one there to stop him. As everyone was too concerned with the 3, and as they should be, because they're just taking advantage of the open shots beyond the arc is Brazil. As we're now about 2 minutes away from the third quarter ending.
Absolutely, and you know, 3-pointer wise, you can't really say that we've seen that big of an impact from dribbling so far. He has only 6 points to his name. I would like to see a bit more from him if possible. That being said, though, it's Movin who gets the slight stat boost. On fire, dribbling with the ball. Has to get past 𝐂𝐄𝐄𝐂 here. Pulls up a far 2-pointer, though. Nice attempt, but Toledo there with the recovery and fast turnover. 𝐂𝐂𝐄𝐂. Martins was there left open for a second. Handed back over to 𝐂𝐂𝐄𝐂. The play has been slowed down. 13 seconds on the shot clock from the right-hand side hash. 𝐂𝐂𝐄𝐂 can't find the opening. Reach and foul called. It's going to be 14 seconds again on the clock. The ball finds Toledo. You can see how concerned Argentina about this cut in play, but Toledo finds it anyway. A 10-point game again in favor of Brazil, and a minute and a half remaining before the third quarter. Argentina really need to cut into this lead. Movin gets the dunk.
Bit of a back and forth ball game. Something that I can appreciate here is that there haven't been a lot of mistakes in terms of turnovers from both of these countries. Icy. Deep shot, gets it to drop here once again. We saw it in round 3. We see it in the grand finals. The man is just hot and knocking them down. Does Move It have a response? He's looking to fade from the left side, but rotation comes in from Brazil. Down low to Jord. Jord somehow gets the left-hand hook to drop.
Yeah, beautiful stuff from Jord. There really was no other opportunity to score there. Icy finds himself in the right-hand side corner. Could have gone for the wrap there. Instead, still holds on to it for now. Kicks it over to Martins. Martins. Back over to Icy. 5 seconds on the shot clock. Has to go for this. Toledo already getting closer to the rim. It's Vital over to Martins. And Martins slightly short with a 3, but the rebound is there. And more time to work with for Brazil to really finish off strong here in the third quarter. Icy with the ball from the elbow. Hands it over to Martins. Pulls up for the 2. Not good, but another offensive rebound for Toledo. And he finds himself wide open.
So many different chances for Argentina to get the takeaway, but it was just continuous tips. And there's a deep shot from the left side. Doesn't go, and that's going to be the way that the third quarter ends. It's 23 points for Icy. That's leading the way for Brazil as they are up by 11 to start things off in the fourth quarter of this game 1 in the grand finals of the South America region, to see who makes it out and gets invited to the Philippines for the World Finals. Shot from the left side. Gets it to drop. 2 defenders looking to close out, but it doesn't matter as they now cut into this to make it a single-digit ball game.
Toledo stopped on the 3-point line. Icy has to come in and help out. It's kind of an awkward position to hand off the ball like that. That is a risky play. As Icy, good dribble work, pulls up the 2-pointer nonetheless, though, and still takes us back to 10.
See if Brazil's able to go ahead and create some chaos for Argentina. We haven't seen as many steals, but they do get the defensive stop. We saw 15 steals from Brazil in that round 3 matchup against Venezuela. Of course, Argentina is a much more put-together team on the offensive side. But Icy, does he do it again? He can't, but Toledo, the man you can rely on down low to get you the offensive boards. He's got 12 points, 14 rebounds, and 3 dimes. The impact of his has been felt. The man's got 14 rebounds, which is twice as many as Argentina has collectively as a team. Here's Brazil on the inbound. Martins gets it over to Icy. Looking for a little bit of space on the left side. Nothing there, and he gets it back to Icy. The man with the inbound is the one who walks away with points.
A 12-point game in favor of Brazil. As Argentina look to set up yet another offensive. Julie stopped. Movement has to come in. Dribbling. Waiting for it, and there's that lost ball. Over to Clamps. They hit the brakes, though. Defense scrambles in positions. Toledo stopped on the 3-point line. Icy holds on to it for now. Finds the defense laying down, and it's Vital with the wide open 3. I think his shoelaces was open. I really don't think Icy made a move there.
I mean, just an incredible find, though, right? You had their defense that was rotating, and he found the open man, dotted up the left side. What a great block coming in from Brazil. They get the block. Icy, the 3-point shot from the right side doesn't go. Jord for Argentina with the rebound as Movin is looking to set up the offense to come back and get back in themselves in ball game. That one's going to be taken away. We talked about the chaos that Brazil is able to create on the defensive side, and you're seeing it here in the fourth quarter as they're looking to take away with this one in game number 1. Icy looking to work out. Step back. Nothing there. Looking for some space. Gets it down low to Toledo, who finishes at the rim.
I mean, Brazil at this point are just amping up the pace as much as possible. Back-to-back turnovers in their favor off the back of lost balls from Argentina. So now they have a bit of a hill to climb with only 2 minutes remaining. Again, the point differential really makes no difference here. It's just about who's able to secure the win in the game. This is a best of 3. You need to win 2 games out of the 3 to book that ticket as Argentina books that 3-pointer.
14-point ball game. 2 minutes. So Brazil's able to claim game number 1 and continue their win streak. They haven't dropped a single game so far in remote play from last year to this year. They missed that opportunity. Argentina, you need a basket and you need it to be a 3 quick. Moving. Trying to work out. Nothing there. That's a contest coming in from 𝐂𝐄𝐄𝐂 and a rebound secured from Jord. Can he found an open man? And that's going to be a foul from Toledo, who's got 14-14 himself. Argentina with the inbound from the right side. Truly over to Moving. Moving. Trying to utilize a pick, but it hasn't hit just yet. There's a big man stepping up. Toledo tried to get the contest in the paint, but that's a quick 2.
Well, he makes it a 12-point game. Brazil definitely needs to respond with the points here of their own to keep things in their favor. Of course, Argentina are going to go for those steals, so expect more fouls like that. As a minute and 15 on the clock remaining in game number 1 of the grand finals for the South America region. Brazil looking to lock this one out if they keep it up in the same pace. Toledo wide open to the net, gets the dunk. Where is the defense?
So far, it's been Brazil's defense showing up here in the 4th quarter with a couple of turnovers that they've been able to create. Look at Toledo trying to get the box out, and the ball just goes ahead, heads to the left side, as that's going to be out of bounds. Brazil's ball, as they'll be the ones to take away game 1 in this grand finals in a best-of-3 series. Toledo. Looking to milk the clock, and a great call for out of bounds. Excuse me, great timeout call before he stepped out of bounds. Let's just look at that stat line, man. 16 points, 14 rebounds, 3 assists. He's, he's the reason they can account for 20 points because of him. 𝐂𝐄𝐄𝐂 has Toledo down low if he wants to get it to him. Got to do it quick as he goes ahead and gets the jam before getting called for 3 in the key.
Half a minute remaining. Lil Movin has 20 points to his name, nearly half of what the team has. Looking to see if he can add a few more. Thankfully, we'll get the ball back into his hands and kicks it over to Giuli. Giuli goes for the shot, gets the 2.
Over to the right side of Toledo. Just got to get it past half court as there's no shot clock. See if they just go ahead and run this one out. Looks to be the case. And then they do that.
just to make sure they've locked it in for game number 1. 2.5 seconds, and of course, nothing will change. I'm sure a couple of fist bumps will be shared for Brazil, and congratulations to them. They secure game number 1, but this is the best of 3, so Argentina will have one more shot to force game 3 in the grand finals. And, looking at how things have gone so far, what do you feel like is the key detail that Argentina missing? Because for me, definitely Lil Movin showed up for sure, but I want to see more impact from Jord.
Yeah, and that's what you would want to see. Now, if we will go ahead and see it or not, I'm not quite sure, because the man has been so good against other bigs, but he hasn't faced someone like Toledo until you go ahead and face him here in the grand finals. And that's where things get a little bit tough. He was able to try to get some rebounds, but Toledo has twice as many rebounds as he does, right? As a matter of fact, it's just not that fair when the teammates on the corners aren't able to come back and help you secure those rebounds on the offensive end. And it's just Toledo continuously getting those second chance opportunities. He has himself 4 dimes as well, 18 points. So it's a little bit tough. If you can't go up with someone one-on-one, then you want to go ahead and get some help from your big men in the corners as well, your power forwards, whether it's truly that also comes in to help. But that's going to be game number 1 that goes to Brazil in this best-of-3 series. And we'll see if they are able to get the job done. Argentina is to force a game 3, but for now, Brazil is just continuing to cruise on by in the South America region.
So far, looking good. And also, you cannot disregard the fact that they've been able to close out with a 16-point lead. We're kind of hoping for it to see just like a single digit there. But at the end of it all, I think that's just off the back of that chaos in the beginning of the fourth quarter. Argentina were looking to set themselves up for success, but 3 back-to-back instances where Brazil, just off of pure positioning, as well as, of course, predicting what's going to come up next, are able to obtain the ball and make sure that those turnovers actually end up in points for them. So it got a bit hectic in the beginning of that fourth quarter, and of course Brazil is able to adjust very quickly on the fly in that aspect. So that's also something that Argentina needs to look into, perhaps heading into game number 2. And again, dribbling, man, he was so good in round 3 games, and now it feels like all attention was shifted towards little movement. So I really want to see more shots attempted from dribbling.
Now, with something else that's crazy is that it was a 16-point victory for Brazil, and 𝐂𝐄𝐄 was 1 for 6. 𝐂𝐄𝐄 only had 3 points for Brazil. So imagine if he was able to kind of string together the buckets that we've seen him do. He had 30 points in game 1 of round 3. I believe he had 40 points for game 2 of round number 3. And of course, he's just the one that they rely on. But Icy went ahead and picked up the slack. 25 points, 11 dimes for him. Toledo with 18, 14, and 4. Everybody. It's not just one person on Argentina needs to step up. Of course, Movin did everything that he could possibly. 8 for 13, 4 for 8 from the 3-point line as well. But you got to get some more help from your 2 guard, which is dribbling, and also Truly, practically non-existent on the floor. 0 points, 0 rebounds, 0 assists, 0 steals, 0 blocks, 3 fouls.
Yeah.
That's a Tony Snell stat line. That's not what you want in the grand finals.
Absolutely. So I think just to facilitate all of this, we need to see more rotation of the ball from Argentina. You kind of see them, we essentially see moving, trying to set up a play and then holding on to the ball until there's 9 seconds on the shot clock. And from that point on, of course, you're not going to get in that ball rotation. You're not going to force Brazil to get out of those defensive positions where you find yourself open to the net. So it needs to be a faster play in combination with the ball rotation for Argentina, in my opinion. And then the opportunities will present themselves.
We'll see how things go ahead and play out. If you're just tuning in, we appreciate you for watching. This is the grand finals. It is a best of 3 between Brazil and Argentina. The winner of this series gets invited to play in the World Finals that'll be held in the Philippines in December. And so far, it's Brazil that has not dropped a single series, that has not dropped a single game in this tournament so far in the qualifiers. And they hold on to a 1-0 lead in this best of 3. We're going to load up for game 2 here in just a couple of moments. And you can see the content's also being recorded in the Brazilian room.
They're really making the most of every situation.
Oh, you've got to, right? It's always nice when everybody's together. The good vibes, the good victories. Should be a fun one for game number 2. But we'll see if Argentina's able to kind of... They had a good first quarter. Then the second quarter, it kind of started to get away. They were only scoring 9 points in that second quarter. Then combined, it was just 21 in the second half. That's not going to get the job done when you're playing Brazil.
Well, final opportunities for the fans, both be it on Twitch or YouTube or even TikTok, to spam those flags. Make sure to show the support, as Brazil is going to be in your yellow jerseys, Argentina in the blues. And Argentina need to get a win here in order to force game number 3 in the grand finals. Otherwise, it's going to be Brazil running away with it, uncontested, not dropping a single game so far. It's Argentina with the tip. Aguili with the ball, pulls up for the 3-pointer. It's going to be stopped and met by a lot of traffic. Dribbling, open for the pass. Doesn't find it. It's moving with the ball. Sharp pass over to Truly. Truly, we spoke of him, and he opens up with the points, gets the 2.
Truly finally goes ahead and gets a bucket. It took about 21 minutes, but he gets involved here, and that's what you want to see. Get some confidence back in this series. Nice little clip there from Toledo as he gets the pick, gets the open lane. No rotation coming in from Argentina as he goes ahead and gets the 2 right back.
Yeah, you know, Icy broke some ankles along the way as well. Dribbling with the three. Can't find it just yet, but at least the attempt is there. It's now Icy with the ball. You know, the usual scenario. Him and Toledo looking to set things up. Will be stopped under the rim. Kicks it back over to Toledo. Clamps open for a pass if needed. 5 seconds on the clock. It's Toledo to hit it over to Clamps. Clamps wide open for three. That has to go through, and it does. 5-2. I believe I've lost India along the way.
All back.
There we go.
There's so much passion in that call, too.
I'm sorry, I thought I lagged out. Well, Argentina have been able to find the two in response, so it is a single-point game between these two. So far, so good for Argentina. Movin pulls up for the two and takes the lead in his favor.
Argentina looking for a stop here to try to build up a lead as much as possible. Great job defending the cut from the right side. Gets the two to go, though. Just too small of a defender inside the paint there for him.
So far, a similar story as it was in game number one. A close affair, but we know that it's about how you finish. Truly, with the ball. Hands it back over to Movin and sets up a screen. Sharp pass over to Jord. Jord, there's the impact that we're looking for. Gets the two. Takes the lead back.
Nice cut from the right side. As Brazil, you see Argentina trying to apply some pressure from the inbound. Not waiting till they get in the half court. Gets the switch on them as well. Moving it to the left side. Gets inside for the easy two. Great job to just find an open space to take the shot. Wasn't necessarily just forcing a three, but if it was there, he was going to take it. But he found a little bit of an opening off the left elbow, and he takes the two.
Yeah, and I love the fact that both teams are not overcomplicating things here. It's just about making sure that you are scoring, and dribbling finds that opening as well, gets the three-pointer. I feel like they're listening in on us as we're starting to see quite a few adjustments made on both sides.
And that's the first three-point shot that dribbling has been able to knock down here in the grand finals. He went 0 for 1 in game number one. Toledo gets it back outside. Got to get a shot up. Argentina playing some good defense. Is it going to hold up? Need the rebound. Rebound secured by Argentina. They've got themselves a 2-point lead and ball to extend it here as Jordy gets it over to Movin. Movin with it now. He goes ahead and gets a dunk to put him up by 4. A minute left to go in the first quarter in this game 2.
And now we'll get to see what kind of a basketball does Brazil play when they are being pressured, when they are on the back foot, when they have to come back into it. It's Toledo to miss the dunk, and it's Lil Movin with the ball on the offensive. Needs to be careful with his footing. It's Jordy open to the net. Nice pause. Doesn't take the shot. It's Martins on the three-point line. Hands it over to Icy.
Couple of mistakes there from Argentina. They had a chance on the offensive end to make something happen as Brazil goes up with that one, gets the two. But Argentina, when they had that, I mean, you could have kicked it out for a corner left, and you also had the hash open. There's just plenty of opportunities. Let's see what they do to close things out in the first quarter. Jordy calls a cut. Dribbling on the right side. Gets it to him a little bit late. 9 seconds to work with. Do they try to go for a slip here? Pick and pop. Dots it to the right. Shot goes up. Shot doesn't get down. And it's going to be Argentina. They've got themselves a 2-point lead to start things off in the second quarter in a win-or-go-home situation for them.
Yeah, beautiful beginnings. Let's see if they can be met by happy endings. ICPF on the three-point line. Toledo goes in for the play. Can't make it happen. Has to bring it back out. Martin's close by as well, but it's Clamps with the wide open three and finds the green.
Great shot by him to put Brazil up by 1 as they take the lead again. Moving over to the right side, dribbling, very late release, not going to go. Rebound secured by Toledo. And once again, you see Argentina getting back on the defensive side, so Brazil's not forcing any transition buckets as they go ahead and get fouled. Take it from the side. Brazil looking to expand on this lead. Has 𝐂𝐶 on the right side, takes a fadeaway 2. That one drops.
3-point lead back for Brazil. Argentina so far have done an amazing job at keeping this game very close and very doable for them. Sharp pass over to dribbling again with the 3-pointer attempt, but Jordan with the rebound is there.
That's a big boy rebound there, especially against Toledo. Didn't look like he was in position to get it, but he finds a way.
Absolutely. Back over to dribbling again. He's set up for 3. 16-16.
Brazil had a double-digit victory in game number 1. So we'll see if they're able to turn it up a notch or if it's going to be Argentina that forces a game number 3. Toledo inside. No one there, no big man to defend them. And it's Brazil that takes the lead again.
Yeah, and a beautiful pass as well to Toledo from down low. Nobody really expecting that. Jordy stopped on the 3-point line, dribbling already in position to take the shot if needed, but it's Clams close by, and it's Martins with the steal. Kicks it back over to 𝐂𝐶. Now that kind of slows things down, but Brazil wants to play off the back of positions. Truly, again, feeling lucky, trying to go for those steals. Unfortunately, slightly off with the timing. Martins from the inbound over to 𝐂𝐶. 𝐂𝐶 covered by 2, and that means someone is open. 𝐂𝐶 hits it over to Toledo, finds himself underneath the board, can't take the shot from there. It's Vital to pull up with the 2 and nails that one. Makes it a 4-point lead for Brazil.
Way to go ahead and find a little bit of space near that baseline to knock down the 2 when they needed it with the shot clock trickling down. Moving, though. Calls the flare for Truly. Truly with the patience. Can't get the shot to go, though. Toledo with the rebound now. Gotta knock those down if you're Truly.
The problem is, like, the time is not really playing in Argentina's favor. They need to get back in the lead and then extend upon it as well. They need to force the game 3. And ideally, you want to finish off strong right before halftime, having the momentum in your favor. Beautiful dribble work from 𝐂𝐶 to get as close as possible. It is going to be out of bounds, so still Brazil's ball with 2.2 remaining. Has to be a pass and a shot. Let's see what the plan is. It's 𝐂𝐶 to kick it back over to Martins. No time. Shot clock violation called.
Great defensive stop there by Argentina. Now can they go ahead and capitalize on the offensive end? Down by 4. Plenty of time here in the second quarter. Jordy. Dribbling looked like he was going to cut. Fakes it, as does the left corner in Truly.
2 minutes remaining in the first half. 2 minutes.
A lot of traffic on the left-hand side. Over to Jordy from the 3. And he finds it? No, it rattles out.
Away team foul. Number 99. Third personal
This is
foul.
the 3rd reach-in foul from Truly.
Yeah, we got to keep an eye on. Got to keep an eye on that one, because if he gets 6, he'll be kicked out of the game.
Actually, yeah, that's also something that we can come across here. So really needs to call someone else to go for those steals as 𝐂𝐶 pulls up the 3, but consecutively cannot find success. And moving on the offensive, looking to set up a play together with dribbling. Dribbling is still left open for 3. How is Brazil not adjusting?
It's insane, but it's good for Argentina to continue fighting here in game number 2. That's just one of the most important games of this tournament for them. Fadeaway shot from the left side doesn't go. Argentina with the rebound over to Truly. Truly fades away from the left and can't get it to go. Defender was in his face and he couldn't knock it down. Brazil got the lead. Looking extended here. Less than a minute left in the second. That's going to be a blocking foul. The 4th on Truly. And that's 2 free throws. Not the position you want to be in if you're Argentina. with Truly having 4 fouls already. And the half isn't even over yet. Moving. Looking for the attack the basket, and he does, and that's an and one! Chance for them to tie it up. And Moving does just that.
It's a perfect storm before halftime between Brazil and Argentina. As Brazil, with the possession, kicks it over to 𝐂𝐄𝐄𝐂. 𝐂𝐄𝐄𝐂 met by dribbling, but there's Toledo with the screen. 𝐂𝐄𝐄𝐂 can't find the open lane. 8 seconds to shoot, finds it. That's a beautiful line, but slightly too much to the right. Very far pass over to Truly to recover. And gets the 2.
And you needed Truly to get the 2. You can see he's got the cold ring. We talked about him having 4 fouls, so you needed to get him more involved on the offensive end so you can have a bit of an impact in the second half. 2-point lead for Argentina. Brazil looking to reclaim it or at least tie it up before the end of the half. From the right side, it's Icy. Toledo looking to get him some space. Nothing so far. Takes the shot from the left. It doesn't go. Argentina is going to have a 2-point lead to close things out in the first half of this must-win game number 2 for them in the grand finals.
Beautiful stuff from Argentina. So many adjustments made. Yes, Truly needs to be a bit more careful, but other than that, we can see a lot of improvement. Now they just need to make sure they see it through. Pace-wise, they're on par with Brazil. Toledo can't find that many free openings. Icy as well, not nailing these 3-pointers as much as he did in the first game. But it's 𝐂𝐄𝐄𝐂 from the corner to find the 3 to kick things off. And 𝐂𝐂𝐄𝐂, again, another player that can be very impactful on Brazil's side. So far was quiet. Let's see how he continues. As it's Argentina on the offensive. Brazil in the lead by a single point. Reach and foul called by 𝐂𝐂𝐂. 16 seconds on the shot clock. Jordan holding on to it for now. Will find dribbling. Dribbling, though, can't do anything against Toledo. He's a mountain in front of him. Truly stopped on the 3-point line. Has lost that blue ring at least. And Truly kicks it over to 𝐂𝐄𝐂. Almost overplayed it.
Gets the offensive board, though. Look at that kick out. Can't get that one to go. You've got to be able to convert those in a game like this that is so close. Every possession matters so much more. They could have taken a 2-point lead with that shot, but they don't. Now Brazil has a chance to extend it. 𝐂𝐄𝐄𝐂 goes inside. Nothing there. Kicks it back out. Icy from the top of the 3. Buries it.
Oh, God. I'm having flashbacks in my memory from game number 1, where in the second half, Brazil just really started to speed things up by a lot to create that chaos where they feel so comfortable. Let's see if they're going to try to do that again. As dribbling, is having problems to find an opening, but finds a little moving, and you have to nail those off the board.
They just can't seem to go ahead and get it to drop here the last couple of possessions, and it's an and one the other way. You can see them hyped up on the camera. They're shouting, they're hooting, they're hollering. They're that much closer to advancing. And then they missed the free throw.
Well, I mean, nonetheless, though, it's just the momentum shift. The confidence boosters. Jordy under the rim, can't find anything. It's Icy. Personal foul called. Make sure that Jordan cannot put up free throws. 𝐂𝐄𝐂 over to moving back to dribbling from the corner. It's a green 3-pointer for Argentina.
Argentina done a great job to keep themselves in this ball game and stay within striking distance. Brazil goes ahead and turns the ball over. There's Argentina with the steal. Moving. Trying to get it up top to dribbling. I thought he was going to nail that one. It's moving from the left side. Can't get it to go. Jordy with the rebound. Toledo with the foul. It's going to be a good final 8 minutes of gameplay here in game number 2. Jordy on the left side. Possibly looking for moving on the right to reset things over. 5 seconds to work with. There's the wrap. There's Jordy. But Toledo's right in front. Over to the left. Moving. Deep pass shot doesn't go. Toledo with the rebound.
Like these last couple of plays from Argentina kind of just felt forced a bit, as Toledo, though, finds himself open to the rim. Should he go for it? Slows things down. Wants to play this one out. 8 seconds on the shot clock. Someone has to take a step forward. It's Vital to find the 2, and it's a 5-point lead for Brazil.
Nice cut from the right corner. The defender was a little bit too slow. He was on his hip, but can't defend much from behind. Moving. Back over to dribbling. Dribbling with a great release on the off-ball pick set up by Jordy, and we're right back to a 2-point ball game.
𝐂𝐄𝐄𝐂 looking for that wrap. Finds himself open for a moment. Clamps on the right side as well. Looks like he's ready to take the pass, but it's Toledo open to the rim. Just go for it, my friend. And he does exactly so. As Brazil find another 2. 1:15 on the clock for moving to make a move on. Jordy stopped just behind the arch. That's a missed pass, but good recovery from Jordan. 7 seconds on the clock. Moving open to take the shot. It's 𝐂𝐄𝐄𝐂 from the left-hand side corner. Can't make the three-pointer happen.
Toledo very fortunate on that one because he was guarding the left corner and he expected the shot to go up. So he was aggressive to get the rebound, but instead he got dotted up in the left corner. But Argentina just wasn't able to knock down the shot. Here's the shot from the right corner. That one doesn't go either. Argentina's got it. Not often you see them pass it like that across, but they do, and they have to slow things down. Back up top to Jordy. Jordy loses it. It's a loose ball, but he recovers it barely. Truly, left side, knocks down the 3, and we've got a 1-point ball game here late in the third.
Less than half a minute to go. Brazil absolutely needs to secure points in this position. Toledo wide open. Can't make it happen. 𝐂𝐄𝐄𝐂 with the ball. Over to Movin. Dribbling. Open for a pass. 8 seconds on the clock. Martins tries to go for a steal. It's Movin to find the open lane, but can't find the points. Fast pass over to Clamps. Clamps does find it and gets the 2 before the buzzer beats.
That's going to do it for the third quarter. It's a 3-point lead for Brazil, but Argentina is going to try to go ahead and at least get a basket here, if not tie things up. Moving over to the right to Truly. 5 minutes of basketball to see if Argentina is going to force a game 3 or if it's going to be Brazil that moves on to the Philippines for the World Finals. Steps inside. 2 doesn't go. Toledo with the rebound. And that's going to be a quick foul.
First personal foul. First team foul.
Toledo from the left. 𝐂𝐄𝐄𝐂. Looking to find some space. He gets it to the top of the key to Clamps. Clamps over to the right side. Can't get that one to go, but the big boy Toledo with the rebound. 13 rebounds for him down low. Continuing to give his offense second chance opportunities. Toledo now. Over to 𝐂𝐄𝐄𝐂. 𝐂𝐄𝐄𝐂 gets it to Toledo to finish at the rim.
A 5-point lead for Brazil, as already a minute has passed in the final quarter. Brazil up by 5. Argentina really need to find these baskets and need to find them fast. Jord on the 3-point line, kicks it over to Movin. Dribbling comes in to help out. Jord finds himself open to the net, takes it back over to the top of the elbow. Movin from the free throw line, kicks it back over to Jord. Jord has to take the shot. The violation is almost there and can't make it happen. Good job from Toledo on the defensive end. It's 𝐂𝐄𝐄𝐂 now with the ball. Toledo close by. Feel like they want to kick it over to Vital, but they're just looking for that opening for him if they can. 7 seconds to shoot. 𝐂𝐄𝐄𝐂 over to Vital. Can't get the dunk.
Great defense there played by Argentina. They needed a stop and they got it. Now they got to get some points up on the offensive board. 3 minutes 12 seconds. Down by 5. Game 2. They're already down 1-0 in the series. Gets the inbound over to Movin. Has some space. Doesn't take the 3, though. Pick and pop at the top. Takes the shot. Hesitates a little bit. Toledo with the rebound there.
That might come back to haunt you if you're Jordan. But you can't focus on it now. You'll have plenty of time later to look back at the tape. Over to Clamps. Instantly 3 people around him. Back to Icy. 2 seconds to shoot. Icy takes it back out behind the arc. Can't find a 3. Jordan good with the rebound and kicks it over to Truly Fast, but instantly a personal foul call to break up the play.
Great job by Brazil to get back on the defensive side to go ahead and slow things down. It's Jordan now. 5-point ball game. Has the open shot. Decides not to take it. He did miss it last time out. What's the plan here? Top of the key. Moving with the shot. Buries it to make it a 2-point ball game now.
Felt like it was a full minute without either side scoring. Toledo fake pumps it from the 3-point line. You know he's not taking that shot. Icy gets the ball, 12 seconds. Fake pumps it once from the elbow, kicks it over to Vitao. 5 seconds to shoot. Vitao close by. Can try and make it happen. Instead, it's going to be Clamps with the 3. Can't get it, but the rebound is there for Vitao. 8 seconds to shoot. Icy can't find the opening he's looking for. Takes the drive over to Clamps with the 2, and he gets it. A 4-point lead back up for Brazil.
Brazil go ahead and get a basket. They don't need to force a 3. A 2 will do just fine. And a beautiful cut from the right side from dribbling. Caught Brazil off guard. Now they need a stop. A steal would be huge here. But no matter what, you got to make sure you don't give up an offensive rebound on this possession. Icy. Tried to attack from the right side. Nothing there. Off-ball screen doesn't work. The left corner shot. It's Martin with the 3.
Suddenly, Argentina find themselves in the desperate need for 2 baskets, and one of them has to be a 3-pointer, and there's only a minute remaining. There's the 3. Now, again, they need to put a defensive stop. It's Toledo with the ball. Slows things down. He knows the time is playing in their favor, so long as so they're able to score here. Vital open to the net. Beautiful cut from him to secure it. Another 4-point lead back up for Brazil.
You've got to get a defensive stop if you're Argentina, but that's a problem for another time. Right now, it's on the offensive end. They get the easy 2 right back. Does Argentina have a stop in their bag? Bringing it up is Icy from the left side. They'll be looking to milk the clock as much as possible. Less than 7 seconds to work with. Argentina, you need a defensive stop. You need to secure the rebound as well. Can they get the contest on the shot? Yes. Can they get the rebound? No! And that's another offensive rebound secured by who else? Toledo to make it 16 for him. He's just a couple of points and a couple of dimes away from a triple-double. What an impactful player for Brazil. Not over yet, though. And that's going to be another timeout called by Brazil. There's 7 seconds separating the shot clock and the game clock. You need to get another stop. You need to get the defensive rebound. Everyone needs to crash the boards for Argentina as soon as the shot goes up. Here's Toledo. 10 seconds to work with. Waiting to reset it back over to Clamps. Clamps with it now. 3 seconds. Gotta get it up. Gotta box out. Who cares? He drains the shot. He drains it. Had a hand in his face, but it doesn't matter.
Eight seconds to go. 4-point lead for Brazil. I mean, it has to be an instant pass 3-pointer, no other way around it. And still on top of that, you're going to have to somehow sneak in a steal with, like, what, 5 seconds remaining, if that?
I've seen weirder things happen in the game of 2K. I can promise you that, which is why they're calling these timeouts to make sure you can get a quick 3. Got to get an off-ball play. There's the off-ball screen being set. 2 of them. moving, doesn't have much space. Jord, though, that's going to be a 2 and a smart decision by Brazil to go ahead and foul, especially because they had one to give. Here's Argentina. Need a quick 3. Off-ball screen doesn't work. Movement's got to get something up. The contest is there. That doesn't go, and that's going to do it. It's Brazil. They're the South America champions, and they're moving on to the World Finals in the Philippines as you see them celebrate together.
What a move at the last second there. I feel like, I come back to that Toledo's recovery on the defense. It might have been the biggest rebound so far, at least this year. And all the reasons to celebrate, not dropping a single game in the regionals, booking their ticket to Philippines on the 11th and 12th of December for their chance to fight for the name of the best NBA 2K team in the world, alongside for an opportunity to take a big chunk out of those $50,000 that's up there for the prize pool.
They just continue to make an impact. As you see, it is all celebrations all around, huddled up together in the brotherhood. And it's Brazil once again that are your regional champions for South America as they make their way and punch their ticket to the Philippines for the World Finals. They did it last year. They did it this year. Didn't drop a series. Didn't drop a game. Just dominating the South America region. It is theirs, and they are now the 5th team that is going to make it to the World Finals. And they'll be joined by the Philippines, Algeria, New Zealand, and Saudi Arabia. A big congratulations to the whole squad of Brazil. Just a tremendous game plan, but also the execution of that game plan throughout this tournament in the qualifiers.
Oh, absolutely. And again, we saw really how the momentum shifted once we started here in the grand finals. There weren't that many steals happening from Brazil. They weren't really presented with any free opportunity to kind of make a runaway play with the game. It was a close affair throughout. And for Argentina, it felt like they could have used an extra minute on the clock in that fourth quarter to see if perhaps they can make it happen and come back into it. But a few clutch plays from Brazil is really what made it all possible for them. And again, you mentioned it, but Toledo, I feel like, deserves a separate trophy.
I mean, yeah, what just an amazing impact that we've seen from him. Like, you have these individuals that are like, okay, what type of build do I want to make? What type of strategies do I want to walk in with? The folks that are watching right now, they're like, all right, what build does he have? I want that one. But you got to know it's the build, surely, but it's also the man controlling the controller as well. Great performance from him. Just amazing to kind of create those second chance opportunities, because late in that game, in that final 30 seconds, that's when he really steps up every single time in those clutch situations. Just an amazing effort for sure.
Absolutely. And well, you cannot discredit as well the players behind the arc. Both Icy definitely coming up huge in these final moments with those super precise 3-pointers, fast passing across the board. And I love the strategy behind Brazil's plays, just making sure that they know when can they milk the clock, when they can run down the time to their favor, and keep it, and actually feeling, well, at least what judging from the sidelines watching the game, it felt like they didn't really feel that pressured when it gets close to those final seconds. We'll see in a moment if we can find out from themselves as we're trying to get in touch with Brazil, and I'm sure the guys are just busy celebrating at this stage.
I mean, there was a great effort by Argentina. We can't discount that. Moving went ahead and stepped up, right? Double for him, 13 points, 10 assists. Only had the team as a whole for Argentina only had 2 turnovers, which is incredible when you're going up against a team like Brazil, who had 15 steals in round number 3. So they went ahead and limited their turnovers. Unfortunately, they just didn't make as many shots as they needed to. Went for 8 and 21 from beyond the arc. It's not a great average. That's not where you want to go ahead and be. And of course, it was just Brazil that went ahead and stepped up, and they were just knocked down a couple more buckets because they took about the same amount of shots, but just an outstanding effort from Argentina every single time. They get so close, but they just can't finish.
And a shout out to Vital as well, in he was relatively covered in that first game. The second game, all of that attention towards Icy allowed for 𝐂𝐄𝐄 to make those cut-in plays as well as be able to put up a couple of three-pointers of his own. So definitely you see the versatility, in the tool department that Brazil has to work with here, and definitely pulling out a few unseen things as well from group stage plays wise. So definitely making sure that the diversification of plays is there as well, keeps your opposing side guessing.
Indeed. And of course, we'll get a chance to hopefully talk to him here soon. But now it comes back to you. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay. I wasn't always great at arts and crafts, but this is the last time I'm going to cast with you for this season, so I had to do it. Here's your tinfoil hat. I need a prediction for you. How do you think South America, Brazil, is going to do in the World Finals? We already know some of the countries that are there. How do you think they'll fare up against them?
Well, look, last year it was, 5th and 6th for them, so I'm going to say definitely top 4 this year, if not better.
All right. That's your prediction. That's the tinfoil hat prediction from my man.
Well, we have a couple of unknowns still, so it's kind of hard to say. But judging by what we know from now, I'm definitely aiming at top 4, if not for the medals.
Well, that's a great point that you bring up, because from the unknowns, so you have North America, you have 2 European teams as well. I think it's safe to say that whoever makes it out of those 2 regions would probably be favored on paper against Brazil. So it's one of those things where Brazil is still a deep underdog coming into the Philippines, as are the Philippines themselves, right? But there's still so much left to play, so much preparation. Got about more than a month to kind of figure out what the strategy is going to be, who's going to be going, the chemistry, and of course the intensity of rehearsals and practices goes up as well, because you know that you have so much more to play for. Where for Brazil, it might have been like, all right, this regionals, we got in the bag. We didn't drop a single game last time around. We're not dropping one this time around. But when you know you punch your ticket, you try to practice that much more to make sure you're in unison when it comes to the World Finals in the Philippines.
And let's not forget how your preparation process also changes, right? Because now you suddenly have to prepare for teams that you most likely haven't played against, or at least haven't played against for a very long time. Last time, there's a good chance you might have met them back in Sweden. So you'll have to see how they have adapted their style over time, and see what kind of strategies you can come up with. One thing also to keep in mind is I think Philippines, in that sense, has it a slightly easier time, given the fact that they're going to be the home team, and you know what the crowd support can do in your favor.
Yeah, of course, and that's going to be a big reason that we want to go ahead and make sure that they are in the best case scenario and set themselves up for success as well. And, you got to give props to Venezuela and Uruguay as well. They did the best that they possibly could. They're not familiar with the game as much because they may not be competing as much as a Brazil and Argentina do, but you got to go ahead and start somewhere. And so I give them major props to at least showing up. Great sportsmanship, especially from both of those squads, to make sure that they saw it through. Even though they were eliminated, they still finished their games in round 3, especially as did Venezuela. And the sportsmanship from those countries was just something that is very, very respectful.
Not only that, but also just the discipline, to understand like where your position is as currently as a team, and what kind of challenges are next for you to overcome. And I love the fact that already from the get-go, just the team is working on itself as a core 5-man roster and making sure the chemistry is there, and they're sure that the plays are going to follow.
So many things to talk about, so many conversations to be had, and it's going to be Brazil that goes ahead and moves on to the World Finals to represent South America. They made it out last time out. Let's go ahead and hear from Brazil themselves. Congratulations on the big win. I'm sure your teammates want to be gathered around, and we welcome them. How's it feel? Tell us in that moment when you thought it was a close game, what was going through your mind?
Yeah, it was a tough game, the second one. The only thing we're thinking, in my mind at least, we were trying to end up the series. We didn't want to play the game 3. So I think that's all was going through my mind. I think everybody here can say the same.
All right, guys. Well, look, now you've booked the ticket to go to Philippines. Heading into Philippines and knowing how things went down last year in Sweden, what do you think is the biggest thing that you've improved upon? And also, what's the big thing that you're going to try to work on now that you have a month's time?
So I think we improved a lot as a team. Like we ended up in 6th place on last year's World Finals. I think this time we're gonna be way better. We're gonna show everybody that we improved a lot. We're going for the championship. And yeah, now we have more than a month to prepare. So we used our coach Nick and Ryan to prepare a lot for this. We're gonna try to watch a lot of films of our opponents and be prepared for everything.
Tell me why this team was so successful to get those second chance opportunities, especially on the offensive board, time and time again in those clutch moments, especially in the final 30 seconds of that game number 2, the big rebound on the offensive end. I mean, what makes y'all so good at that?
One guy, the new one, this guy right here. This is the reason why.
Well, I mean, I love it. I love the game plan that you guys have. Big congratulations to not just y'all, but especially that man Toledo right there to get you guys a second chance opportunities. Yeah. Final question from you. What message do you have for every other country that you're going to meet in the Philippines?
Yeah, we're going to say, we didn't understand you guys posted the last power ranks this week, and we are not in it. You guys had Argentina in 6, I think. I mean, we're not even on that. So yeah, I think everything needs to be prepared against us because this year we are way better. Yeah, we are way better, and we're gonna go for the championship.
Like Abu said, they gotta put some respect in our name, you know.
Yeah, exactly.
And a well-deserved respect,
Absolutely.
my man. Congratulations again to Brazil as they are your regional finals for South America and making their way to the World Finals in the Philippines. Congratulations again to y'all. Love the flag, love the camaraderie, and we'll see you in the Philippines.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Take care. And look, I mean, I know, look, everybody wants to talk about the power rankings. I'm just saying, it was Vince. It was Vince who went ahead and knew Argentina over Brazil. You know what I'm saying? It was Vince. But now, congratulations,
right now.
We'll see you guys later. Take care. Bye-bye.
Thanks, guys.
See y'all.
You can see, that's the difference. That's the energy, man. When you're in that room with your brothers and you're fighting for a spot for a $50,000 prize pool tournament in the Philippines, that's the energy you want, and they absolutely got it. And I'm glad we got to see Toledo's face as well.
Yeah, look, the guy definitely can be proud of himself. And one thing I know also about Brazil is that apart from the team going there, you can be sure there's going to be a separate band of people that are just pure hardcore fans of the basketball Brazil has been able to show. Brazil always has support in whichever sport they show up.
It should be a lot of fun. I think the producer wants me to go through like the regions, everything again. I don't know if that's what he wants, but it's going to be a great time, man. V, your final thoughts on, I mean, we've casted 2 things, 2 regions together. Yeah. Give me your final thoughts, brother, before we hop off here, before the producer cuts my mic again.
My final thoughts are as follows. I have a lot to learn in NBA 2K for sure. Skill-wise, definitely can't compete with these guys. Every single year brings us new type of plays that haven't really been seen before. So we really are still in a moment in time where we see the basketball itself and NBA 2K specifically evolve and kind of finding that core style that everyone is going to be playing around, and that's only when we'll get to a stage where we can start talking about like what kind of the meta play is, etc. So far it's more about the individual skill, and that's where we really see these new talents continuously emerging.
And of course, I got to give major props to the coaching staff of Brazil as well. You've got Coach Nick and assistant head coach Ryan as well. They did a great job to prepare Brazil, the game plan, and it's the players on the court that have gone and executed. And of course, shout out to you and the production team staying up back-to-back nights in the 4 a.m.s to make this show possible. On behalf of myself, my man V, and all the men and women behind the scenes that made this show possible, we thank you for watching, and we'll see you next time.
If they follow me, as long as they know that the praise is never no not to me, no not to be condescending. My philosophy is artistry presented should never become the god of me. Pros become the cons, artists kind of me, but to become content with this content, leave room for the kind of pictures that in the concept. Why you sit at the feet of beneath this monolithic object, not painted in the image of God, but chiseled in the image of flaw. Sinners spitting redemption presented under a continual clause. Covenant of the brothers pulling out the rug. out from under you all. Standing on solid ground, mud can't hold a structure for long. Let me ask what you're building on, corruption or the word of y'all. Constructed a constellation with curse of universal words.